All right, everybody, we are back. Let's see if we are coming in clear. I have the stream pulled up beside me here in a sec. Going to see if it'll loop through. And if you all can hear me loud and clear, we have some new information. Nothing groundbreaking, nothing too extravagant or anything like that. Perfect. I do see myself up on the stream. So thanks for sticking with us, everybody out there who may be tuning in. I'm News 6 meteorologist David Nazario. We're going to be discussing some of the latest information that we have. No new advisory, no new track. We went over that for the last briefing. I will go ahead and rehash that just to be on the safe side. I also want to take a look at some of the newest computer models. I'm going to be switching back and forth from our in-house data also to some third-party sites like Tropical Tidbits, Weather Models, Weather Bell, some of our favorite websites to use while in the trenches here forecasting for all the different tropical activity and severe weather activity that may come our way. So with that being said, let's go ahead and bring you on over to what it is I'm looking at. So we have let me get the ticker tape out of the way as well. We'll bring that back for our next break. But thanks for sticking with us. I do see we have a few viewers in the chat right now. Hopefully you all are sharing this information, getting that info out across the board. Nathaniel, thanks for the heads up. Glad to hear that I'm coming in loud and clear. Let's go ahead and rock forward. So what we're looking at here is going to be the same forecast advisory. Obviously, for those of you who may just be tuning in, I'll rehash the information. 11 a.m. had us at 929 millibars in the center of circulation per the latest reconnaissance aircraft pass. Central winds are down to, or I should say maximum sustained winds are up to 150 miles an hour. So we do actually have some strengthening going on. Some of our latest high-resolution hurricane analysis forecast models, or the HAFS A and B, as well as the HWRF, the HMON, all that fun jazz, just different computer models utilized by the National Hurricane Center specifically for dissecting these tropical cyclones. They're currently populating above me in the background. I'm going to go ahead and talk guidance in terms of the track while we let them come in just a little bit more so I can then present to you all that information as well. So let's go ahead and start the clock here. We're going to move this forward in time. Let me see here. Make sure that we're rocking and rolling. We are not. Let me go ahead and push stop and get started one more time. There we go. So you can see that the advisory has gone away, and I wanted to superimpose our latest spaghetti plots with the hurricane track just to show anybody out there who may be tuning in that this is just about altogether locked in. You know, we're going to see some deviations. The system right now, I know on social media, it's trending everywhere on the X, the old Twitter sphere, the weather sphere, as I like to call it on social media. Everyone's talking about how we've seen a little nudge down towards the south and east again. Truthfully, don't think that's going to play an incredible role in the track. We could see some subtle strikes towards the south. I'm still personally sold on a Sarasota/Bradenton landfall somewhere in that general area. Our hurricane models do still think it has the opportunity to lift as far north as Clearwater, immediately north of St. Petersburg there, kind of on the delta there of the Tampa Bay area on West Florida. Nathaniel Killip in the chat, Air Force or AF309 just made an I-pass. Pressure looks to be down again. We can pull that up here momentarily. But just wanted to overlay for you all what the computer models are thinking in relation to the latest Hurricane Center track. And I think that the spaghetti plots there do a phenomenal job of communicating what it is that we have in front of us and what we have ahead of us. So I went ahead and discontinued the loop so I can go ahead and putz with some layers here and take you in for a closer view, a bird's eye view, as we like to say. Let me go ahead and turn the track off real quick. Let's see. Go ahead and fade that out. Opacity. Let's go ahead and change this. Do that. And let's see. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to go ahead and delete the track for now, and I'll pull it back. I have my good old undo button, but this is what we have here going on. So if you look and you're in the greater Central Florida area, we don't have as big of a spread in the spaghetti plots, the track guidance, individual models. This is not an ensemble. These are individual models put together in that bowl of spaghetti, and we're laying the strands of spaghetti out across the state of Florida to determine how close those strands are together, those noodles are, versus how far apart. The further apart, the less confidence our computer models have. And when we say things like confidence, we don't necessarily mean we have no idea what's going on. It's a matter of the models are looking at different atmospheric dynamics, atmospheric ingredients. And one model may say, based on the information that you've given me, David, I'm going to say that this system can go this way. Well, based on the information that you've given me, David, this is model B now, I think it could go this way. And then we have model C. Well, David, based on the information that you've given me, I would suggest the system can go this way. So essentially what we're seeing here, we're so zoomed in that this system, according to our latest track guidance, could drift as far north as northern Orange County, getting close to Apopka, close to Deltona, exiting over southern Volusia County. Or we could see it as far south as Palm Shores, Palm Bay, Fort Meade, Bartow over in Polk County, exiting off southern Brevard County. So if you look close up, it does seem like we have a considerable spread. But if I take us back out and I get rid of the automated places, let me go ahead and show the least. Let me fade those out. Notice we really don't have as huge of a spread as some other sources may be kind of communicating to you all. It's until we zoom way down in, that we start to see, that nudge to the north or to the south. Could be somewhere near Clearwater, could be down near Bradenton or Sarasota. I'm still not ruling Sarasota out because we do still have a quality 36 to 48 hours ahead of us with Milton over open water before making landfall on the west coast of Florida. So we're probably going to see some deviations further north, further south. Hold the phone, folks. I've got one of our tech folks, Thomas, in here. Just stand by. So stand by, everyone tuning in right now. We're not going anywhere. We're just going to go ahead and boot up on another channel as well to hopefully get the message out across to other viewers out there. So bear with us. It's only going to take about 30 to 60 seconds. We're just going to be streaming to another platform, another channel over on YouTube. So if you know anyone who's subscribed to these channels, News 6, WKMG, or the Just Weather channel, have them tune in, but hold the phone. Give us maybe a minute maximum. We'll be right back. Alrighty, everyone. Sorry about that. Just not necessarily a technical difficulty, but we're getting spun up over here to my left-hand side on other sources, so we can hopefully broaden the message that we're getting across to everybody. Welcome back. We are streaming to a new location, a new channel, so I'll go through the formalities very quickly. This is News 6 meteorologist David Nazario with an afternoon update on Hurricane Milton. Forgive me if you were still watching from News 6. I know we've already gone over this stuff, but since we are streaming to a whole new group of people, we're just going to talk over exactly what we were mentioning, kind of do a quick recap. So for those of us just tuning in, let me go ahead and show you what it is that I'm looking at. Let me go merge on over. So this is Hurricane Milton. This is the 11 o'clock advisory. If you haven't gotten that information already, looking at central pressure down to 929 millibars with the sustained winds in the center of circulation up to 150 miles an hour. The next update is going to come out at 5 o'clock, or no, pardon me, the track will come out at 5 o'clock. We are doing our 3 hourly updates. So 2 o'clock here in about 45 minutes. We'll see if we stay live long enough to catch that update. I'm going to try, but it's a marathon pace here, and I want to make sure I save myself for the rest of the day today. We're going to be in the studio cranking out information, updates, and forecasts for all of you lovely viewers far and wide. Let's see. So we have News 6 rocking. We have Just Weather rocking. I do see the chat popping off. Tad McEwen, yay, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining in. I live in Leesburg. I don't see us getting much, probably same as Helene. MTGU/W Control. We'll talk a little bit about that. Daniel Schwartz, thank you so much for tuning in from North Carolina. Maggie G, hello there. Thank you again for all these videos and all the hard work. You are very welcome. Ashley, Nicole's Life, RJ, Nancy, Gokul, good to see you all in the chat. So let's roll the clock forward. This is what I want to talk about. So first and foremost, I have our spaghetti plots here, and I will bring the track back up. I didn't save it from last time, so we don't have the forecast cone, but I will bring that up again. What we were getting into just a second ago for everybody just tuning in is how much confidence we now have in this system trekking across the Four Corners counties. You can see here, and I'll zoom us down just a little bit. Let me end the show real quick so I can zoom us down. There's Orlando. There is Tampa, Tampa Bay. We have Sumter, Orange, a little bit of Seminole County, Volusia County, Brevard, Osceola, Polk, Hillsborough. And then just to the immediate south, we have the Bradenton, Sarasota area, where I do believe this will likely be coming ashore somewhere between Clearwater and Sarasota, Bradenton, more or less. So what this means for us is our track confidence is pretty much locked in. We are not 100% sold on precisely where this landfall will be occurring as we go into tomorrow night. There are still a little bit of inconsistencies in the timing that we have to work on. But what's great to see here is the fact that our spaghetti plots are clumped together. And the reason they're called spaghetti plots, they're individual models. Kind of think of them as individual strands of pasta. And they're all sauced up with a different sauce of your choice off the shelf at your grocery store. So you have one there. You have your purple sauce. You have your green sauce. You have the gold orangish or like the dark yellow sauce there. And then you have your lighter violet purplish sauce, being that AEMI model. Don't have to worry about the acronyms. Those are totally different. They're just internal to us. Not going to get into that. Just know that these are individual computer models. And when you hear things like confidence in a forecast, pardon me, I'm sorry, my eyes are already starting to hurt a little bit, but when you hear us meteorologists say things like confidence in the track or confidence in the forecast is high, and we show you graphics like these with the individual spaghetti plots, it's each individual model kind of acting like an individual person in a group, like a focus group at work or like in a work conference, and you're doing a little bit of polling. So the purple model to the north, that would be the model's response to, hey, David, you gave me this information, and this is what I think, based on the information that you've given me, what I think that Milton's going to do. Then you have your green pasta strand there. Hey, David, based on the information that you've given me, this is what I think Milton's going to do. Then we have the orange goldish one. This is what I think. And then that last one, the AME or AEMI, this is what I think. When you hear high confidence, what that means is all of our models were given the same information, and they're more or less showing us the same solution. So here, this is high confidence. We have all the same information being provided to each of these individual members, individual computer members, computer models, individual people that are running the computerized forecasts. and they're giving us almost the exact same output. So when you hear things like confidence is growing, this is why. We have individual models pretty much saying the same thing. So at that case, we're very confident that this is exactly how it's going to play out. For those of us just joining in, let me go ahead and close this and reopen, and let me pull up the track so we can look at the latest track, and we'll talk to that a little bit since we have lots of folks joining us now. We have plenty of you guys tuning in on Just Weather. Thanks so much for joining us. Jonathan Kagis will be joining me later on today. He's working on a few projects in the background, and so I'm going to be working through Just Weather and News 6 WKMG. Let me pull up our Tropics path so we can discuss the latest information that Hurricane Center had for us on Milton at 11 o'clock. I'll go ahead and turn off the spaghetti plots. Go ahead and take that off, and let's see. There we go. So I have the actual track forecast above the spaghetti plots to put a little more emphasis on that. And in fact, you know what? I will go ahead, since I pulled them up as fast as I did earlier, I will go ahead and delete that. Let me change this and bring it down a notch or two. Let's see. Okay, and let me turn off the shadow on this. We don't need that. Okay. So what I really want us to pay close attention to, and what I really want us to take serious at this point, is going to be this 8 a.m. timestamp here, pretty much right over Osceola and Polk County. If you all haven't been keeping tabs on this system, what this means in layman's terms is hurricane conditions for the Four Corners counties, pretty much hurricane conditions across Central Florida. We've been mentioning this for the last several days now, that everybody in the Central Florida area from as far north as Volusia County, Gainesville, Ocala, as far south as Lake Okeechobee, just to be on the safe side, should be prepared for hurricane conditions. D'Lo in the chat, that's exactly why I pulled the track up. Yes, this is brand spanking new. This came out a little over an hour and a half ago from Hurricane Center. We are seeing a little bit of re-intensification with Milton right now, and they've finally given us a track that has a beautiful timestamp right over the state of Florida. And the reason I say beautiful is because this helps to convey the big picture. Cat 2 hurricane at 100 miles an hour sustained right over top what looks to be Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Lake Toho there in Osceola County. That's my old stomping grounds. If this track holds, it will more or less track this system right over my house in Polk County, which after I clock out of here later on tonight, it's going to be not a scramble, but definitely want to double down on preventative measures. Are models shifting more south? Kevin in Space, excellent question. Not really, to tell you the truth. And I'm going to I have our tropical tidbits and other hurricane models pulled up on a separate screen, and we'll get that going here in a moment. But Hurricane Center's nudging it a little more to the south. I really don't think it's going to go much further south than this. There's a lot of hubbub on social media right now about this thing tracking more southeast than eastward. I don't think that is going to be implications on the actual track itself, but we will wait and see. We'll definitely wait and see. We'll give it a little bit longer since we are going to be kicking it with Milton for a little bit more time. There we go. Somebody else in the chat on the News 6 side said, what is that black track? I went ahead and dropped the track. Okay, that was a shadow that our system will naturally overlay with this graphic. So pay no attention to the shadow. That's not a separate track. It's just it was floating above the surface of the Earth. I'll show you right here. If I do this, we're on a three-dimensional view of the globe using our internal weather system. So there's the track right there, and I can zoom us down perfectly, as a matter of fact. Let me pull on the automated places again and show us a little bit more. I don't want the screen to get cluttered, but I just want to give us a sense of what we are looking at based on our current projection and what it is that we need to be prepared for. So this is a Category 2 hurricane right over Osceola and Polk County. I am near the Davenport area myself. That is where my house is located. So this is right underneath Category 2 Milton. So trust me when I say that a lot of us out there who will be feeling the impacts of Milton, make no mistake, I'm right there with y'all in the trenches. Melbourne going to get hit pretty good too? Yes. We need to be prepared for hurricane conditions on both sides of the coast. West Coast is going to receive a major hurricane more than likely. The East Coast is going to receive a high-end Cat 1 more than likely. European model shows going over Sarasota. We'll go ahead and take a look. In fact, it's 124. We should have our latest Euro coming in here very soon. I can pull that up momentarily. Daytona should definitely be prepared for hurricane conditions just to be safe. Carbon fiber, that's actually one of the graphics I have pulled up. Maybe not an outbreak, but we do think our tornado risk will be fairly elevated in this setup just because of the metamorphosis, for lack of a better term, that Milton will be undergoing as it crosses the state of Florida. So with that being said, as a matter of fact, let's get on over to my next graphic. This is Milton right here, and the reason we're looking at our water vapor satellite shot is I want you to notice a couple of things. Number one, Milton is definitely alive and well. Milton is strengthening again. Notice how at the start of the satellite loop, we have a little bit less of an eye feature, a more stretched out, elongated system. I'll go ahead and zoom us in a little bit more. But then at the very tail end of the loop, you can not only see the eye front and center, but it is also starting to regain its symmetry by shrinking more or less. These systems have a tendency to do that. They'll get so broad and expansive that there could be dry air, there could be shear, there could be something trying to knock it down a couple pedestals. So what it'll do is it'll almost behave like you would see with like a lizard or a snake. And I know, again, that may sound weird for you guys, but I'm trying to kind of, get the message across without using all the sophisticated jargon. So rock with me. You know how sometimes when when these animals, the amphibians, they'll grow, they'll shed their skin to get smaller, but then they'll also want to, that's how they grow into their new selves. These tropical systems kind of do the same thing. We saw the same thing with Helene. Helene was a phenomenal example. Everybody up to the buildup of landfall had mentioned how massive Helene was, flooding across central Florida. And then I remember as Helene was working its way up the west coast, because it had shed all that thunderstorm activity and its big, broad circulation, it killed a lot of that off. And we were left with a smaller, more compact, yet stronger system working its way up towards the Big Bend area. And central Florida actually had lots of periods of sunshine, even with that hurricane right off our west coast. The other elephant in the room, despite Milton getting more organized, is look at this red, dry air. I'm using this color table to kind of communicate the message. Green means go for the tropical system. Lots of really good moisture and convection right around that eye, but then the red means stop. A hard stop for any tropical cyclone out there, because dry air will kill this thing. Red means dead, more for all intents and purposes. So if this red can penetrate the center, we needed to get into the center of Milton. We needed to ingest, suck in some of that dry air from around it. Notice we have dry air over the Western Caribbean, the Cayman Islands, Cuba. Just to the south of the Florida Keys, we have a little bit of that mid to upper level dry air. Off to its northwest and west, we have lots of dry air. That is our front coming down that Milton is going to be grabbing and pulling towards central Florida on its way up. That's what's going to help to try to get it to transform from a bona fide hurricane to a post-tropical system after it's worked through our viewing area. Let's see. Sarasota should definitely be bracing for hurricane, if not major hurricane predictions. Brian in the chat made a wonderful comment just now. I had mentioned this previously. It's not going south, okay? It is not deviating from the track. We have seen it kind of wiggling and wobbling, but remember, I'm going to use my favorite analogy to describe this. Have a couple of these guys. This is a Celsius. It's got 200 milligrams of caffeine. Chug, don't actually do this. Disclaimer, don't actually do this, but caffeinate, like you're going to go work out or you're going to go do something and you just need a little less brain fog. Drink some caffeine and then try to draw a straight line as slow as you can. You're not going to be able to draw it. You're not going to be able to draw a straight line. It's exactly how these hurricanes maneuver. It's like trying to draw with a ton of caffeine in your system. They're going to wobble back and forth. Remember, in the simplest of ways to break down what a tropical cyclone is, tropical cyclone in of itself sounds so complicated, but all it is a ball of warm, moist energy rapidly spinning, aggressively spinning in our atmosphere, like a really intense whirlpool that you can get pulled into. That's basically what it is. And so as it moves Try taking a whirlpool in the pool and directing it in a straight line in front of you. No, it's just going to go all over the place. If you sweep your arm through your swimming pool, you're going to see the whirlpools and they're going to go all over the place. That's where the steering comes in, and we can talk about that a little bit as well. That dry air is an indication that we have high pressure in a front coming down off the United States over the southern plains, and that's what's going to continue to bully Milton off towards the east and eventually the northeast as it hooks around the southern base of that trough of that cold front, while also trying to move around a ridge that's over the Bahamas, over the southwest Atlantic. So this dry air is going to be one of the main focal points that we're going to watch here at the News 6 Pinpoint Weather Center to see when it is that it gets absorbed by Milton. But right now, if I go ahead and change the color coding on us right here, let me go ahead and end the loop. So now I can change the overlay. Let's go up to goes east. Let's take a look at the infrared. Yeah, look at that. Definitely starting to see a well-defined center. Yeah, oh, wow. Yeah, we might just go Category 5 again, ladies and gentlemen. For everybody tuning in, look at that. We are definitely starting to see the reformation of a clear eye wall. You can see how there is a darker shade of red right around the center, and then we have a perfectly symmetrical eye. Let me back the time up just a little bit. See that? See how it's almost like it's sleepy? The hurricane's waking up from a little nap. It's a little sleepy. And then go back a little further, and it's all wonky. It just looks all garbled. Right there, you can't even really tell where the center is. You got like a little blip there to the north. Small, almost looks like a weird elliptical triangle or however you would describe it, but then you go forward in time, and what's happening is as that eye opens up right there, it's wide awake again, staring at us all in the face. What's going on, and I'll go ahead and do my David hands, as I like to call them. I have an old mentor, Shane Castle. We've called it the Castle hands. I'm going to do the David hands. If you imagine my hands here are the eye wall, the core of the storm here. We have such crazy velocities right at the core of the storm, just upward vertical motions at the center. What goes up in atmospheric weather or atmospheric science has to come down. So because of such extreme vertical motions next to that center in the eye, it's got to go somewhere. That's all mass going up towards the highest point of where the weather happens in our atmosphere. It's got to come crashing back down. So what clears out the eye is that rapid sinking air. You have the rising air around the center going up very fast, and you have the exact opposite happening in the center. It's going down, and that's what helps to clear the clouds out of the eye. So it's not some fancy mechanism that happens in the center of the storm. It's basic weather, but at such an extreme pace that's why we get the trademark eye on these hurricanes. Because when a thunderstorm forms, what happens? It's rising motion. Then what happens when a thunderstorm dies? It collapses, rains out, and the clouds disappear. It's exactly what's happening in the center there. You have all the rising air around it, but then in the center, you see the clouds disappear because that air sinks. So this system is definitely on its way to potentially another bout of rapid intensification, which is not a good thing. That's going to be pivotal. We need to see what happens as it moves through time. Let me see something here real quick. I want to try to pull something up for you guys. Let's see. I believe I know where to find it, but just hold the phone. Let's see here. Try to see if I can find it. I'm trying to pull up the SSTs. Actually, you know what? We can probably just go over to the tidbits and show you that here really quick. Next up, somebody brought up a very valid question. I went ahead and pulled this up for us. And what I've done here, if you notice the ticker on the top, says tornado parameters. So what I have here is our future radar, also with our helicity model. Helicity is just a very fancy word for spin. Updraft, spin in the atmosphere. And I want to show you guys why it is that we are still working to dial in our tornado forecast. Let's go ahead and fade on into a closer view. This is today, Tuesday, live, 1 p.m. I know it's 1:33, but rock with me here. So 1 o'clock, we're still seeing some showers, maybe trying to build into our viewing area. Nothing catastrophic or anything worrisome. We could see some lingering showers, especially down towards the southern half of the peninsula as we start to feel the outer periphery of Milton. But then watch this, and I want you to pay attention to something. So obviously, garden variety showers, some heavier rainfall mixed in there, and then it clears out as we go through the overnight hours of tonight and into tomorrow morning, very early morning. Notice down there in southwest Florida, we're starting to see the bona fide feeder bands of Milton. That is actually Milton. This here was more or less precursor. Once again, all that stuff, you could say it's in association with Milton, but it is not fully feeder banding from Milton quite yet. We're almost there. So as we go through time, sorry, I'm looking at a message coming through. I will go ahead and address a question that was relayed directly to me. Let me go ahead and come back over to the screen here. So I want you guys to watch what happens with the colors here. And this is what's pivotal and why it is that we're evaluating what the tornado risk is for our viewing area. Because watch what happens here as the system rolls and you see all that yellow. You see how there's like haze over the simulated reflectivity or the future radar. That there is potential spin in our thunderstorms. And notice if I go ahead and turn us, let me go ahead and flip the model here. Let me go ahead and put this in timeout. I'm going to turn this off really fast. If I can. There we go. Okay. So notice all those little individual bean-looking things to the south of Kissimmee, rocking on up towards Bradenton, Sarasota, Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, everywhere in southwest Florida. Look at that. We need to watch that very closely. Down here, we have to watch near Fort Lauderdale, Boca Raton, any kind of extra oomph that the Gulf Stream on the East Coast may do to these little embedded, isolated storms. These are possible supercells. Let's go back in time just a little bit more. Here we go. This is a much better example. So look at these little bean-shaped things, these little by themselves. They're called discrete cells. These here are where we could possibly see some tornadoes. This one particularly looks like it has some really good spin with it. This one here just to the west of Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce. So everybody in the state of Florida will need to be watching as Milton spins in for some precursor supercellular activity. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull something else up while we're sitting still. You go and pull up our high-res internal forecast model. And I want to show you, let's see if we have it here. I might have to use a different model. Stand by. I'll use the dew points. The dew point, nope, that's not going to do it. Let me try relative humidity. Nope, that's not going to do it either. Okay, so let me go ahead and clear that out 1 second. Going to cancel, not going to add that in. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to change us to the GFS. Go to GFS high res, and then I will show you the precipitable water. Let me see, maybe not the precipitable water. What's a good model overlay on here that will show you guys why it is that we do believe there could be a greater tornado risk? You know what, we're just going to rock with the GFS, because if you notice what happens on the south side of Milton, if you look on the East Coast and south of our viewing area based on the GFS, notice how we have some shades of purple right over Deltona, Orange County, Orlando, Tampa, Bradenton. But just to the south, we have what looks like a decrease in those moisture, those water values. Let me go ahead and delete the high-res precipitable water. See here how in our future radar, there's a giant gap. It looks like there's no rainfall at all to the south of Milton. That could be problematic for some of our discrete cells, the thunderstorms that are by themselves. Right there, there's a band here from Palm Bay through Port St. Lucie, moving towards Delray Beach, Fort Lauderdale tomorrow night. We have another round of a thin band of discrete cells through Cape Coral, Tampa, Bradenton. They will have already been encountered that. And if I go ahead and bring back our helicity model, go ahead and touch here so it updates. There you go. Look at all the possible spin, the updrafts that could be spinning as these systems roll through. So we got to be careful when we announce things like someone in the chat did earlier saying no tornado outbreak, no tornado risk. There's definitely going to be tornado warnings out there. How many of them are quickly confirmed in the midst of Milton remains to be seen, but we need to be on our toes for the potential for some actual tornado activity. And actually, you know what I'll do this one better. I have the HRRR here. Before we transition to talking a little bit more model data, let me pull up the HRRR and see if we have our tornado parameters on here. That'll be great for us to show up. Here we go. surface to 1000. I think that'll do it. Let's go back to 12Z so I have the full loop available to us. And if you look, these are your actual tornado parameters where it is we will likely see supercells and those thunderstorms that are capable of dropping a weak funnel cloud. So as you can see, right in that channel, right in that corridor to the south and east quadrant, if you take a 90-degree angle and you paint the tip there where my hands meet in the center of Milton and that whole box there, that is going to be your quadrant where we are likely to see most of our tornado activity for a couple of reasons. We have dry air wrapping in. Dry air, supercells love dry air. Tropical cyclones, not so much. Supercells, absolutely. Tornadoes, they feed off of that little bit of extra oomph that dense dry air gives to them. So for Milton, it'll help to weaken it, Lord willing, but for the individual cells that will produce those short-lived but damaging tornadoes, they could definitely hold a little bit more gusto as they come across the area. Now, let's see. What do I have up next for you guys? As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and switch on over to our models. We have all the latest hurricane data in. We definitely have it fully populated now. Let's wipe on over. Bam. So we've come on over to Tropical Tidbits, and we are looking at our Hurricane Analysis Forecast System, or HAFS, for those of you who like acronyms. I don't know if anybody out there watching right now, cheers if so, are any veterans or current service members, but you know in the military, we love our acronyms, so this is definitely familiar territory. So this is going to be our HAFS A for 12Z. This is this afternoon's model update. Came out brand spanking new at 12 p.m. local time. You can see that if we go back to the beginning, whereabouts we sit now, this is 15Z, 11 o'clock local time. This is 2 o'clock local time. We're coming up on that right now. HAFS A is thinking a central pressure of 937 millibars, which is a strengthening category 4. I think this model might be underselling it because we're already stronger than that, which is not a good sign. But if you take it through time, we are expecting strengthening on approach to Central Florida before we start to see that dry air. See how the reflectivity is the green down towards the south of it starts to wipe away? That should be that dry air getting into the system. If I switch over to the relative humidity, see the browns getting into the south side of the system? That's what we're expecting to weaken this feature on approach to Florida. If we step it out just a little further in time to landfall, we have a 963 millibar Category 3 knocking on the doorstep of Tampa Bay at approximately 11 o'clock at night. Midnight landfall would be what we would be seeing here if the HAFS A model were to verify. So that's one iteration. If I step it through just 2 more timestamps, this puts a 973 millibar, 979 millibar, roughly Category 2 into our neck of the woods. But kicker, look at all that dry air wrapping into it. So we might not see a whole ton of rainfall everywhere. Right up in through here where you see that strongest band of thunderstorm and rainfall activity on the north side of Milton, that is likely where we will realize a large majority of our flash flooding, our greatest rainfall accumulation. This is going to be a north side loaded system. So if you caught us earlier on News 6 particularly, I'd mentioned where this thing comes ashore is really going to dictate how much rain you get because then we can track it real time from there. Come on over to HAFS B. HAFS B is the sister or the twin model to the HAFS A. The HAFS B has been initializing a lot better than the HAFS A. If you look, we're at 926 millibars in the center. That is a little bit more realistic to where we are right now. We know that we're deepening below 930. We're probably in the mid-920s now. So HAFS B looks to be handling what's happening as we speak in real life a lot better than our HAFS A counterpart. Steph Mates over on the YouTube chat. She is asking, I'm pretty sure that is one of our team members' spouses there. How will this be like Ian in Orlando? So it won't fully be like Ian in terms of very, very heavy rainfall and long duration rainfall. This will be moving a little bit faster than Ian did, and it will not carry with it the amount of water that Hurricane Ian brought. A big difference to Ian is I would honestly argue you want to compare the wind and the potential damage to that of Charlie. Back in 2004, if you're familiar with Charlie. Charlie came through very fast. We didn't have as much flooding, but we had a lot of wind damage. There was wind damage and power outages left and right. We were without power down in Kissimmee for about 5 days before things were finally restored. Lots of more damage there than we saw with Ian. So Ian, you could kind of say, there's a little bit of a comparison to be drawn with some of the areas that will receive flooding. That more so is thanks to all the rain we've had up to this point before Milton kicks on through our area. But we will see a lot more wind impacts in areas that may not have felt it during Ian. I have a friend who lives in Winter Haven. What does their impact look like currently? Kyler, if I'm saying that wrong, over in the News 6 chat, Winter Haven, that's about 30 minutes from me. Category 2. Category 2 conditions for sure. Be prepared for that, please. Jacksonville will likely have power. Jacksonville will have power, internet, and water outages from Moscow Cowboy in the Just Weather chat. They can. We are still predicting that you will receive tropical storm conditions and a little bit of surge on the immediate northeast coast near St. Augustine, Jacksonville, as this system moves off towards the east-northeast, and you get that east side wind component, the easterlies, coming off the top end of Milton, going back towards the east coast of Florida. Let's see. I'm worried about my friend. He lives in the most dangerous area. Nomo over on Just Weather. Where is that area? What are you thinking for Fort Myers? Fort Myers, that is going to be a surge tropical storm level wind event because you're going to be on the right side of the system because it's moving in the east. It's moving to the east. We're used to a westerly moving system or a northwesterly track or a northerly track, and we're used to the north and east or the north and west side being the issue. In this case, it's actually the south and east side of this system that will be the stronger side because it's moving with what's steering it. So Fort Myers will likely still see surge and tropical storm conditions for sure. All right, everybody, if you're asking for location, we have a lot of folks watching on Just Weather right now. I just want to let you know, I'm only one person. We're going to be kicking these live streams out on a repetitive basis. This does not come from any kind of malicious or rude negative connotation. But if you're asking about a location in Central Florida, I'll go back to the track very quickly. And I'll switch us back. Let's go here. Right there. Let's cut on over to the track. And we'll fast forward. Check that out. So if you are in Central Florida, look at the map, folks. If you're in Central Florida, you need to be prepared for a minimum of tropical storm to low-end hurricane conditions. You need to absolutely be prepared. Depending on where this system comes in, we could see Category 2 areas or Category 2 impacts realized for your neck of the woods. So take a look closely at the cone here. I'll zoom us down just a little bit more so we can get a feel for it, get some more cities on the map. We have a potential Cat 2 Milton parked on the border of Polk and Osceola County. Do kind of just take that in for a second. We need to be ready for hurricane conditions, period. Regardless of if you're in Kissimmee, Orlando, Winter Springs, Deltona, Spring Hill, East Lake, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Davenport, Haines City, Lakeland, anywhere to the north, Lake Wales, even Frostproof, a small little area to the south of Lake Wales, everywhere on this map inside that cone. Not saying you will see hurricane conditions, but you need to be prepared. And I'll tell you right now, just to put it into perspective for some of our veterans to a Florida hurricane season, that would be stronger than Charlie. That would be stronger than Charlie was. Charlie came ripping through Kissimmee with 75 to 85 gusts into the 90-ish range when it barreled through, moving fast towards the northeast. A 100 sustained wind event would be stronger than Charlie. Marinate on that for a little bit. Let's go back to the tropics, the models real quick. So this is our HAFS B. The HAFS B actually does have this thing back to Category 5 intensity as we go through overnight tonight. Could be sooner than that based on what we're seeing on satellite imagery. We'll have to see what the 2 o'clock advisory has for us. I will swing us back over to that once it comes in, and then we'll get ready to close out, take a break so I can rest my vocal cords and get some more information for you guys later. This way we're not repeating ourselves on the stream. You go forward in time, and we are still seeing that south side getting eaten alive by that dry air. It's just going to rough this system up, have it looking all kinds of disgusting and disheveled as it comes in towards the Tampa Bay area, making landfall as a major hurricane right around 960 millibars. Now, the key to the forecast is when does it turn right, and when does that dry air get up in there? Because if the dry air, for some strange reason, cannot penetrate this system, then we're not going to see it rapidly diminish like the models are indicating. We just won't. The shear, that's another story. It's moving with the wind shear, more or less. The jet is coming across the southern United States out of the west. It's moving towards the east. This system is moving towards the east. So, for example, Beryl, we were all thinking that the easterly wind shear coming across the Atlantic as it crossed into the Caribbean was going to rip it apart. We saw that it was managing to hold its own and stay as a Cat 5, Cat 4 on approach to Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Not saying this puppy is going to stay Cat 4 onto Florida, but we need to be vigilant. We need to kind of keep that in the back of our minds. For those of you who have been in Florida for Hurricane Ian, we all remember, I remember distinctly the night before waking everybody up at 2 in the morning, they did say the same thing. Hurricane Ian will likely be a Category 2 at landfall. Dry air, shear's going to weaken it. It'll be weakening as it approaches and it's strengthened. So the confidence in the forecast is high that this will fall apart or begin to weaken as it moves in, but we need to keep in the back of our minds, keep it way back there. Don't go stressing out about it now. Just keep it way back there, just as if the light bulb goes off, oh snap, wait a minute, this was a possibility. I just saw a question in the chat that I wanted to address, or a comment in the chat that I want to address real quick. Let me see. Jay Chap, a little bit of a weird comment to put in there when they'll be under 15 feet of water. I'm not too sure where you're getting that from, unless you're talking about when I was roping in all the individual towns. Yes, to base off what I'm saying on his comment specifically, obviously, totally separate topic of discussion. If you were on the immediate West Coast, you were likely told to leave in the wake of extreme flooding and storm surge where this system comes inland. Totally separate topic. I am telling everybody they should be prepared regardless, because we're going to have 1 or 2 people who are in Hillsborough County up there near East Lake, Bayonet Point, who are going to stay put and they're going to ride it out. So you need to be prepared. Regardless of where you are, that statement still stands. You need to be ready to rock with this system and go toe-to-toe for a couple of rounds with Milton. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and say, regardless of where you are, please be prepared. Period. If you've evacuated, you still need to be prepared. Because remember, more than likely, you're simply evacuating inland. You're not going all the way up to Jacksonville, all the way up to Atlanta, Georgia to get out of the way. So if you're coming from the West Coast and moving inland, take a look at the chart on right here. You take a look at the chart, we're going to have hurricane conditions moving across the peninsula. It's not going up. It's not going this way this time. It's coming right across. So if you were urged to evacuate and you're watching from somewhere you've evacuated to, you're more than likely still in the potential damage path of Milton. You never want to evacuate and go on a whole road trip. We're not talking, when I used to be stationed in Tucson, going to Vegas. No. We're talking going from Tampa, St. Petersburg, immediately on the water to Polk County, to Lake County, to other counties away from big bodies of water. You're not totally going to get out of the cone. At least, if you have tried to do that, I hope you started over the weekend. You're not starting right now. That's rough. That's risky. Very risky to be on the roads right now and trying to mitigate that and make a run out of the state altogether. If I go just a couple more panels in time, this is where it's interesting. So the hurricane models and the GFS, we'll pop up the Euro here in a second. I saw some folks in the chat mentioning it as well. I'll go ahead and pull the Euro over as well. King Euro to a lot of us. But the hurricane models have been alluding to this system not tapering down as fast as previous. So you see here, this is parked right over what looks to be Sumter, Orange County, maybe the upper periphery of Polk County as a high-end Cat 2. This is 972 millibars. It has weakened down from a Cat 3, more than likely about 110 mile an hour Cat 2, right in line with what National Hurricane Center is predicting. And the wind field on this is going to be unraveling. So the hurricane force winds are going to extend further to the north and especially further to the south. Let's take a look real quick before we go over to the Euro. So it looks like the H-Wharf did. H-Wharf did very good with Beryl. So we're going to take a look at the H-Wharf real quick. Has it coming into Tampa as a Cat 4. Actually has it making landfall closer to East Lake as a Cat 4 and then moving up much further to the north towards Daytona Beach. Daytona and Deltona. I'm not too sure that that's actually what's going to happen. I think we're biased to the north here. We're going to have to watch this. The H Wharf has been kind of on its island, on its own, for the last 12 hours now. Chadwin Trey, far, very low chance. Very low chance. I don't know what, excuse me. I don't know what model you've seen that takes us in towards Miami, but that's definitely not going to happen. Again, we are locked in at this point. If you guys are seeing folks on social media mentioning it's moving south, they're probably being reactionary to a single panel on the satellite. There were a lot of folks who were saying this is going to crash into the Yucatan. Can't be so reactive. Winter Park, Alexandria Jackson, as well as Brian Mr. Happy over in the but in the News 6 stream comments, definitely be prepared for hurricane conditions in Ocala and especially Winter Park. This is going to be just south of Winter Park if this forecast verifies. You can see here just south of Winter Park if this verifies. We're zooming in a little bit more so we can get eyes on some of the towns with that track superimposed. Kissimmee, Dr. Phillips, Orlando, Lakeland. I'm right here to put it into perspective for you guys. I'm right there. Literally have the icon right over my house in Haines City, Davenport. So again, I got this during Helene for some reason. He's hyping this up. I'm in the forecasted damage path, so I'm not too sure who in their right mind would hype up a storm that's going to rip right across where their home of residence is. So got to be careful with that in the chat, folks. This is as real as it gets. This is our storm here for Central Florida. Now, let's get on over to the European model. I'm going to leave the track up in case we have questions while I go ahead and pull that up on top here. So feel free to drop some questions in the chat, and we will go ahead and take a look at the Euro in a second. At this point, Deltona, I mean, if you can go further to the north, about an hour, maybe. And when I say about an hour, I'm not saying go book a hotel or sleep in your car. No, I mean, if you have friends or relatives where you can go north of Deltona, then maybe see what they're doing, see if they wouldn't mind. But don't just simply evacuate. You don't really want to evacuate Central Florida. You already have folks in mass coming into Central Florida. Why are you going to try to book it out and get mixed up in all that traffic? Lake County, prepare for hurricane conditions. For those of you asking for counties, again, counties or cities in Central Florida, look at that cone. Just be ready for hurricane conditions, 75 and above. If you don't get it, heck yeah, we can celebrate. But I said that earlier on the previous live stream. If we forecast 100-mile-an-hour winds for your area or 10 inches of rainfall and it doesn't happen, please show some grace. This tends to happen, and I low-key find it a little silly. You said 100-mile-an-hour winds and 15 inches of rain. I only got 50 miles an hour and 5 inches of rain. Why are you wrong? It's like, well, did you want us to be right? Did you want that to happen to your place? Because I didn't think so. Now, obviously, we're going to try to be as accurate as possible. Don't get me wrong. Don't misconstrue that. But again, if we go for worst case to get you prepared and get you to batten down the hatches and make sure you take this serious, you know, and it doesn't quite get to that point, that's a win. That's wonderful news. So let's go ahead and get us the Euro. Let's take a look at the Euro. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll pull up Florida first so we can take a very close look at the state of Florida. And I'll pull up the winds. Go ahead and pull up the surface winds. We'll do it the gusts in miles an hour. Let me just double check before I pull it over if it's in all the way. Okay, so it is in all the way. Let me go ahead and make sure I can find the cursor. There we go. All right, and let's fade on over to the Euro. This is our 12Z European model. Our Dove, I completely agree. Sometimes a false alarm isn't quite as bad as a, well, actually, it's never as bad as a miss. But that's how we used to look at it in Air Force weather. You know, as long as we have it out, even if we false alarm, you know, let's say, for instance, back in the day, we issued a lot of what we called 35-knot moderate level winds. 35 knots was like a staple warning for a lot of our air bases because that's typically when planes will start getting damaged and personnel could get hurt. Let's say, for instance, we put out a 35-knot warning, we get to 30. It's a false alarm, but we only got 30. we still were prepared, so we didn't see any damage taken, and there was still some winds that could have caused damage. That's a win. That's a win in my book. And let's go the other way. Let's say we have a 35-knot threat, or we have a hurricane. Let's use Milton as an example. We have a hurricane threat, but we don't think it's going to be strong. It's nothing. It's hype. Everyone's favorite thing. And we don't issue anything for Kissimmee. And next thing you know, we get 75-mile-an-hour winds in Kissimmee. There's damage. There's power outages. That's when you get mad. That's a busted forecast. That's a miss. And you never want to miss on your record, for sure. You never want to miss on your record. I'd rather false alarm and get the word out to you if I see the potential. We don't quite get there. Perfect. Call me. I just saw someone in the chat right now. Call me a fearmonger, but I'd rather have you prepared. If I see that the ingredients for that recipe for whatever we're looking at is there, I'm going to get a watch out, and I will issue the warning if it's justified. And I'd rather false alarm and come close. Instead of 75-mile-an-hour winds in Kissimmee, we got 65. Still threw some stuff around, but you know what? Glad we were prepared regardless, because we did see some wins. It's not like nothing happened. Now, that, in my opinion, is hype. If you're sitting there in the chat right now saying this is typical hype, and you're in Wisconsin, yeah. Anyways, so here's a look at the Euro. The Euro is actually spot on with the National Hurricane Center track. We have the gusts pulled up here. And if you notice, it goes right on in to the Bradenton area. It makes landfall right into Bradenton, Sarasota. This is 11Z on Thursday. You do the conversion, and this is around, wow, this has been pushed back in time. This is around 5 to 7 o'clock in the morning. So this is very slow. It's thinking that this is going to move a little bit slower. I don't know about that. We're going to have to deep dive into that over the next 12 hours, but then you go a little further in time and pretty much right in line. Let me go ahead and I'll leave that screenshot there, and we'll go ahead and take that in right over the Osceola-Polk County line. And then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and bring us back to the track. So it kind of looks like the Hurricane Center is once again basing their forecast particularly off the Euro. Because if you guys remember the HAFS models, the hurricane models were just to the north of this. The GFS is a little north of this, but the Euro is right in line. So I don't know if that's what they're basing their forecast off, but it's definitely a mirror image, that's for sure. And I don't know if I believe that. We're gonna have to watch closely on when this thing turns to the right. Let's get a rough estimate of what the predicted intensity of this puppy is gonna be. So we're looking at a 952 strengthening major hurricane, and it does start to slowly weaken on approach, comes ashore still as a major, and then weakens down to a category 1 in Central Florida. So regardless, again, like I've been saying all live stream, we want to make sure that we're prepared for a hurricane-like setup across the area. And I just looked at the clock. I'm going to pull y'all back over. We have our latest advisory. There it is, the 2 p.m. advisory. We are flirting with Category 5 intensity, just as we had discussed. National Hurricane Center has found sustained winds of 155 miles an hour. Central pressure has dropped another few millibars, I believe 3 to 4 millibars since our last advisory, down to 923 millibars, and continuing to move off to generally towards the east at about 8 miles an hour. You can see the track has been wiggling and wobbling, kind of going back and forth. Pierre yelling at me over in the News 6 chat. I do see your comment. Volusia County, once again, be prepared for potential hurricane conditions. Let me go ahead and make sure that I'm in the chat once more. Again, and I can't emphasize this enough to everybody out there watching. If you look at the track, we didn't get a new track here, but the track is overlaid on this map here. There you have it. If you are inside the cone, I would absolutely encourage, have a plan, and I should say you should have a plan. You should be prepared at this point. Make sure you are ready for hurricane conditions in your area. Category 2, 100-mile-an-hour sustained winds over Osceola and Polk County. If this were to be exactly what verifies, you can best believe as far north as Daytona Beach, we're going to be high-end tropical storm. We will likely see occasional gusts of hurricane conditions. Completely agree, Nomo. Thank God Yucatan isn't as densely populated. Yes, for sure. Chantel Fresco, yes, we talked about that earlier. So let me go ahead and I'm going to switch this over. I have my National Hurricane Center pulled up here, and I want to focus on something because, yeah, yesterday a lot of us here in the Weather Center were like, what the heck is that? So we do have this area of disturbed weather in the southwest Atlantic for a 2020 shot of development. Very low confidence that this thing tries to do anything over the next couple days, let alone the next week. And this is actually what was supposed to develop maybe when National Hurricane Center first spotted what is now Milton in the Western Caribbean. Obviously, we all know that Milton came out in the Bay of Campeche. It was some crossover energy mixed in with what was left over from the gyre. That's what gave us Milton, what birthed Milton. But that area, that X that's just off to our east, off the coast, notice it's moving away. It's going to follow the same general trend as Milton, moving off towards the east. That's going to stay out of our weather. That was what gave us a lot of the rainfall yesterday. So if you had a lot of rain, whether it be moderate to heavier rainfall over your local area, that was our precursor system. Everyone loves to use that acronym. I saw it trending all over social media, the PRE. That came through. This was what was everyone thinking. This was what everyone was thinking would turn into Milton. Didn't quite get it. Milton won that war in the Gulf of Mexico, managed to steal a lot of that energy and that favorable setup to develop into a hurricane. This system got bullied out of the Gulf of Mexico, came across us as just an area of rain, and now might try to do something, get a little low pressure center going, but it's not going to do anything to us. Just bring us some rain and showers for the Bahamas currently. So great question. And yeah, that's pretty much it, everybody. That's all I've got for this update. I wanted to stay on the channel here, on the live stream for the 2 o'clock, so we can talk about it and see what's up. But what questions do we have? We're going to come back here in the next half hour, maybe an hour max, kind of continue to plan behind the scenes what it is that we have going on here in the studio. Gino, in Polk County, I would definitely not drive around in a Category 2, and I honestly would love to know what Category 2 you were driving around in recently, because we've never had a Category 2 in Polk County. I think the last time we've had a Cat 2 over Central Florida was way back in 1920-something. I believe it was the 1921 hurricane. I don't count Charlie. Charlie was a Category 1 and then transformed to a tropical storm when it was into Seminole County. So I don't know what Cat 2s you're driving around in Polk, but definitely stay off the roads. Don't do that. And my understanding of a hurricane party is you're still in your house safe, riding it out with snacks, food, and good vibes. Definitely don't go outside during this. I know we all love the Florida Man meme, but don't do that, please. Yahweh's Child, East Coast, you're probably going to be dealing with onshore flow, storm surge between 1 to 3, if not 3 to 6 feet, because of that wraparound flow on the northern side of Milton. So definitely hurricane conditions for Brevard County, for sure. Jacksonville, you're probably going to see some surge along the coast. We might see some ponding or some water pushed into the St. John's up there. And you probably will see some tropical storm level winds with that onshore flow, the easterly wind coming in off the coastline. I don't think Irma was a 2. I don't believe Irma was a 2. I'm pretty sure Irma had weakened by the time it got all the way up to Central Florida, because it had weakened from a Cat 5 after it interacted with Cuba to our south. It hit Cuba, which is what a lot of folks were hoping that Milton would do here. It hit Cuba and then came north. So I don't think it was a Cat 2 in Central Florida, because we were talking about this yesterday. So I'm pretty sure someone would have spat that out when we were talking about Irma. DeLand, I have family in DeLand. I'm telling them to prepare for flooding and prepare for hurricane conditions, for sure. North Florida, IPR, is safe. And when I say North Florida, I mean Tallahassee. The area is hit by Helene. You guys are good. You guys are okay. Ocala, be prepared for hurricane conditions, just to be on the safe side. Just to be on the safe side. Tropical storm conditions are far more likely, but definitely be prepared for that potential for hurricane conditions. Everybody in Central Florida, from Ocala, everywhere you want to put again, look at the cone. I'll zoom us down Look at the cone, everybody. And again, it's not because I'm trying to ignore your questions. I'm just trying to be efficient in what it is that we talk about. Okay. Everybody in the cone should be prepared for potential flooding, tornadoes, and hurricane conditions. Period. That's the safe bet. We have a Cat 2 forecast to be over Osceola and Polk County. So if you are north, lots of rain, lots of flooding, lots of potential tornadic activity before the center comes ashore. Be prepared for all of that, please. Sandy, I don't think we are trending south. It's the euro that kind of keeps us a little further south. Icon actually has us a bit further to the north than the euro. The GFS definitely has us north of the euro. As you saw, the hurricane models are definitely north of where the euro is. It's not that I don't trust the euro for track. I don't trust the euro for intensity. I think the euro is a little too on the conservative side. It was so bad during Beryl. It would start the model run at like 990 millibars when Beryl was a Cat 5. That's doing terrible with models. Beth Young, I moved back from Arizona back in 2022, caught Ian, so I definitely know what you're talking about for sure. Fort Lauderdale is looking good. You got to watch out for that tornado risk and the stronger thunderstorms, though, I would definitely say, for sure. Miami-Dade County, again, if you're not in the cone, everybody, it's as simple as I can break it down for you to understand. If you're not in the cone, you're doing okay right now. You're doing okay. So you're going to, for down in the southeast and southwest Florida, outside the cone, you got to watch that tornado risk, watch for some possible severe weather and gusty winds with your thunderstorms. The Bep Jr. over on the New 6 chat, good question. Living in North Lake County, would I need a generator for 50 to 65 mile an hour winds? I can't really tell you that because I don't know what your power infrastructure, your power grid is like. I can speak on behalf of Polk County, particularly Haines City. I feel as if you breathe on the power lines and you're without power for 3 to 6 hours. So if you lived in my area, I would say definitely invest in that generator if you can, but I don't know the power grid up there, so I can't really forecast that. We are predicting, based on the intensity of this system, that there will likely be outages up there, but I can't specifically tell you if that alone will do enough to your power grid to knock it out. After Florida, it's going out into the Atlantic. Out in Florida, it's just going to keep going off towards the east. Hopefully, yes, Ed Gein. If we're talking about what the Euro has for us, it will be in the morning. But the general thinking is going to be that this will come in overnight. Can definitely still come in overnight. So I can see someone typing in all caps, 150,000% agree with you. You can still get dangerous impacts outside the cone, which is why I just emphasized if you're outside the cone, you're looking good right now. You need to be prepared for severe weather and possible tornadoes. Not leaving you outside the cone, but at the same time, I'm not going to put the same energy in impacts for folks outside the cone as for folks inside the cone. Just wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. See, Michelle Sparks makes a very valid point. The cone is half the state, so just make sure everyone is ready to rock and roll. If you are in Miramar, you probably should have, I'm not well versed on where Miramar is specifically. Is that east or west coast? I gotta look at the flipping GPS real quick. Make sure. Miramar. I know I've heard that name several times. I just don't remember. Oh, gosh. Miramar. Southeast Florida. You will not eat. No, don't evacuate. Please don't evacuate. All right, everybody. Before we get bombarded by questions, again, I'll zoom us out on here. I'll go way out. So northern Florida and South Florida, you still have the potential to realize tropical storm sustained impacts. You also have to stay on your toes when in terms of the isolated tornadoes that could be occurring before Milton is fully overhead. Central Florida, where you are under the cone or inside the cone, should be ready for hurricane conditions. Not saying you should expect them, you should be prepared for them just to be on the safe side. Erica Garcia, you are very welcome. Very welcome. Deacon John Kern, I absolutely agree with you. Big Vic 2 in Orlando, winds coming from, not too sure if you're asking where are they coming from or what direction, but if we see this forecast hold true, we'll see predominantly easterly flow. Winds out of the east. Well, Mr. Al Soto, you kind of hit the nail on the head there, sir. Weather guy does not know geography. Can't say I've spent a ton of time studying every single city of Florida. Pardon me, but I specialize in meteorology. There is some general geography in there, but I can't really tell you if my degree has ever had me focusing on individual cities. That's just me. So you caught me there, I guess. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that I'm talking about the correct area. Because Miramar, I could have just let it ride and said, yes, look out. But I wanted to make sure. Hello there from Port Richey. Can you tell me if Northport will get hit directly? We have an elderly uncle there. Northport, I thought we were just looking at that area, if I'm not mistaken. Northport. See, it's these individual cities that get me. I can tell you the general area. Like if you give me a county or a general localized geographic, shout out to Mr. Al Soto. If you give me a general point on the geographical map, I can tell you. But when I go out of my neck of the woods, my stomping grounds, that's when I got to double check. Just so I know that I'm giving the correct information. So Northport is not likely to receive the full brunt of this storm, but you are going to see a lot of significant weather because you're on that right side of it. Remember, since this thing is coming over Florida out of the west, moving east, the stronger winds are going to be on the south and east side of it. So Northport should watch for sure. Tropical storm conditions will likely start for southeast Florida as we go through the day on Wednesday, middle of the day on Wednesday. Justin Lin, thank you very much for that. Best and most level-headed weather information I've seen. Thanks for the weather education, transparency on model, and good vibes. It's the good vibes that I gotta, let me not throw signs up just in case anybody out there will interpret them weird, but it's the good vibes that we're all about here. We need all the good vibes as we go through this setup because this is going to be unlike anything that a lot of us are familiar with. We have a lot of folks who are brand new to Florida or maybe coming back to Florida and missed out on Irma, Ian, Charlie, etc. So we definitely got to make sure we're prepared. And that's why I want to continue to emphasize just preparation. Dial in those preparations today. We have good weather for the most part out there. Someone's been asking about the radar. I'll pull up the radar really quick. There you go. So we have some spotty showers and storms to the south in southern Polk County, getting ready to work their way up the I-4 corridor. Showers still ongoing for Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, Palm City, down closer to Boca Raton, getting into like the Fort Lauderdale and Miami area. But we have predominantly decent weather today. So if you need to be out and about and you're off work or out of school, if you're a college student or speaking of, if you have the means of doing so, either later in the afternoon before it gets dark, definitely button up those plans, okay? Button up those preps. Fort Lauderdale, yeah, you can definitely go to work. You'll be fine. Definitely. You just got to be careful. Like I said, watch out for the warnings. Watch out for that potential tornadic activity. But areas that are likely closing school, shutting down the office are probably going to be areas directly in the path. Mind Miracles, thank you very much. I think your live stream is the best and most accurate on YouTube. I'm in Boca Raton. I have family in Boca Raton. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for such sincere words. I love it. It's what keeps us going during these long days. That and just a constant IV feed of caffeine. Gail, thank you very much. Exactly. I was born in Altamont Springs and grew up in Kissimmee. Growing up, I'll be openly transparent with you because it's in the past. We weren't really well off, in my family, so we really didn't get to travel. And I can't say I was sitting there looking at an almanac or a gazette of Florida to learn all the places. So unfortunately, even as a native Floridian, I really haven't ventured out. So I'm going to take it in stride. That's feedback. I'll go ahead and work behind the scenes to improve and start learning every single county and every little location that I can for this kind of situation. So I'll take it as a positive. It's good feedback. Edwin Jones, that caffeine drip for sure. Shawnee Culpepper, thank you very much. Wally Hussick, forgive me if I'm saying that wrong. I do appreciate that for sure. Chrono Wing in the News 6 chat, definitely glad to hear that you're in the UCF area buttoning up your prep for show, for sure. Yes, Ace Azrael, good question. That's the cold front that we're hoping will knock this thing down a couple notches before it makes landfall. All of our models are still sold that this thing is going to weaken on approach thanks to the dry air and the cold front. Ophelia, I see you in all caps. Now, Ruskin, I'm familiar with. Ruskin, if I'm not mistaken, is right there in Tampa Bay. So all I'm going to say, and, this comes from a genuine spot. I promise it comes from a genuine spot. But if you're right up against Tampa Bay and you see that coming your way, bars right there. Look at that little rhyme I threw in there. If I'm not mistaken, Ruskin is like right about here. Because I used to work out in the Brandon area, right there, as a matter of fact. If I'm not mistaken, Ruskin is in this general area, and the track is right there. So again, if you are inside the cone, please be prepared for tropical conditions, please. Tropical storm to hurricane conditions, predominantly hurricane conditions. I'm going that high this time because we are predicting a Category 2 over the heart of Florida, right up on the attractions, right in the Orlando metro area, over my hometown of Kissimmee. So definitely be ready to rock and fight against hurricane conditions. MacDill Air Force Base could see some flooding. Could definitely see some flooding. I actually have one of my retired commanders is near that general area. Faith Duver, Port St. Lucie, folks in the chat, just going to let you know if you don't hear your city, please look at the map. I'm one person and I'm trying to get to all of your cities. There are thousands of cities in Central Florida easily, so I'm not going to touch base on your town, your street, your home. I'm sorry. It's just the nature of the beast. But Port St. Lucie, as we talked about earlier in the live stream, we got to watch those supercells coming in off the coast. We could see some tornadic cells, some water spouts trying to make landfall, turn into tornadoes. Possible tropical storm conditions. In fact, I would err on the side of high-end tropical storm conditions since you'll be on the right side of the system. If it nudges south, that possibility goes up. If it goes north, which I personally think it will do, we shall see, less of a chance. Tampa Airport busted. That's all I'm going to say. You're very welcome. What can I expect for wind just north of Sanford? You're in the cone. Prep for hurricane winds just in case. I don't actually want to tell you what towns will be destroyed. That's terrible. I don't want to imagine that. That's the harsh reality of these systems. I want to give you guys good news, as much good news as possible. And good news, we're going to have some pretty solid weather immediately after Milton to hopefully get our recovery processes in full swing. So we do have a nice weekend ahead. We just got to buckle up and ride this puppy out. Paul, right now, no, does not look like we have anything brewing up. We are tracking a small little entity out there that might try to do something, but very low confidence right now. I wouldn't even put it at the forefront of your mind. Let us look at that for you. Don't worry about it. Don't start sweating the next possible system. I know hurricane season isn't done yet, so obviously we do have to keep that at the back of our minds, but let's get through Milton first. Let us watch long range. That's what we're here for. You guys don't sweat anything. If anything is starting to pop up and there is anything worth talking about, we'll naturally relay that to you immediately. If you've been following us on News 6, whether it be Just Weather or my channel, Weather Center Nazario, it was during Helene. It was when Helene was still in the Western Caribbean, 5 days before landfall. I had mentioned we got to watch this next thing. I let you guys know way in advance. I let the Navy know that Florida might be seeing a threat at the end of September for Helene, and this was back on the second week of September, just after Labor Day when I started with News 6. So if there's a pressing threat, we're going to let you know. Trust me on that. I promise. But all right, guys, you will likely see some possible flooding. Or I should say, it is possible to see flooding in the St. Johns because of that easterly wind flow. Stream of a card consciousness. Thank you for that comment. Not going to lie. Thank you. But alrighty, everybody, we have a lot of folks watching right now. Please stick with us. We're going to be continuously live throughout the day. I'm going to go ahead and get another break in. My throat is definitely feeling it. I need to get something to eat. I haven't eaten yet. We've been bouncing back and forth, talking weather, talking forecasts, talking coverage. So please stick with us. Make sure that you do not go anywhere. We are going to be talking tropics throughout the day today. I've been in this building since before 9, and I'm not rocking out of here to go home one more time before this thing hits until after 9. So we're going to be here around the clock for you guys, streaming coverage. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas and I will be back to talk more tropics with you very soon. I can guarantee that. So don't go too far. Stay close to your mobile device or a computer or wherever it is you're watching us from. We're going to keep you covered down every step of the way. The Pinpoint Weather Team has your back, and we're going to be in your corner all the way through Milton's trek out of the Gulf through Florida and then hopefully into our memories. And that's where it'll stay. So everybody, we will talk very soon. West coast of Lake Okeechobee, you're going to see winds off the lake, that's for sure. You're going to have your westerly winds. If you think about the way the storm wraps around, if it's north of you, you're going to have winds coming out of the north and west, and probably likely gusting anywhere between 30 to 50 miles an hour, depending on how much this storm unravels as it moves through. But alrighty, guys, we will talk to you again very soon. Thank you very much for tuning in and stick with me for over an hour. I went well over time. It's what I love to do. I love to talk weather with you all, have a conversation, answer any questions at all. If you do linger in the chat and you drop some questions, even if we're on break, feel free to pop them in. I'll try to get back to you as soon as I can with either a comment in the chat or I'll just address them on our next segment. But we're going to give it a little time, try to get closer to the 5 o'clock update. We'll probably pop live again before that, just so we can all take a break. I need to get some food, like I said, and I should probably drink water more than just Celsius. So with that being said, we'll talk to you again soon. Button up those preparations. Finish. We're getting closer to game time, getting closer to zero barrier, okay? We'll talk to you again soon, guys. We'll talk, yeah. Before I keep repeating myself, my father and I have a tendency to do that. On top of the rock, is it looking better? Unfortunately, no. No, if you look at the track that I have overlaid right now, we're still expecting a major hurricane to roll on in. Natalia, good to see you in the chat. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your kind words, of course. Everybody, will talk again within the next hour or two. Stay tuned. All righty, everyone. We are back. News 6 meteorologist David Nazario with a very touch and go update, more or less. We're just going to kind of talk about what we know and what we don't know and rehash some of the information that some of you may have already seen previously. So this is a look on College of DuPage. We're not looking at our internal satellite. I just wanted to pull up very quickly the high-res, the clean long-wave infrared satellite for you all to take a look at Milton right now, because this thing is definitely cranking. It is cooking out there. We've had a perfect reformation of that center. We have excellent symmetrical CDO, cirrus dense overcast is what it's called. All that black there, that's that all full dense overcast layer of clouds really cranking this storm back. And I would anticipate at the 5 o'clock advisory, we are probably going to be back above category 5 intensity. There is no reason this system is not intensifying, if not unfortunately rapidly intensifying as we speak. We did get a little bit of new information, and there is a bit of an uproar going on social media right now. I'll tell you the truth, it's kind of interesting. It seems like we have indications that this system has jogged to the right of the National Hurricane Center track. It's a bit towards the right side of the cone. And I want to emphasize first and foremost, guys, that these systems, especially with as strong and as densely packed and tiny that Milton is, they're going to do that. They have all sorts of wobbles and wiggles and shimmies and fluctuations. Now, I will say this, our spaghetti guidance is coming in just a little bit further to the south of where the earlier afternoon model guidance was suggesting. I think this is a bit more of a reactive nudge to the south. I can pull that up for you here in just a moment. I'll pull up the current National Hurricane Center track and overlay the spaghetti plots from 18Z to show you that we are still more or less right on course. We're not really seeing any massive changes. I've been seeing some posts on social media right now going a little nuts in terms of this is shifting, and it's really not. They wobble, they move, they're not going to go in a straight line. Don't know how many times we have to remind everybody of that they are not going to go in a straight line. It's just near impossible for these systems to move in that sort of a fashion. So let me get my spaghetti plots pulled up once we're done admiring the satellite shot of Hurricane Milton. Definitely an intensifying hurricane as we speak, and it will likely be going to category 5 intensity once again at 5 o'clock. Just looking at the satellite imagery here. Let me see if I can get us even closer to the center of Milton. It does not look like I'm going to be able to. But there you have it. You can see plain as day, just a spectacular looking storm. And I can say that now because it is still far off our coast. It is a tiny storm. And I'm actually glad that we have this satellite shot up. Let me switch over to the true color. If you look, Florida is twice, if not 2.5 times the size of Hurricane Milton. I know we have all this outflow on the north side, but if you look at this channel right in between the large mass of cloud cover that's off our west coast versus where Milton is a tiny storm. You could probably put Milton over the bottom 1/3, if not maybe getting into the first half of the peninsula. And that's how small it is. And that means it is very tightly wound up, which is why we're seeing a lot of this shaking and shimmying, rattling and rolling, as we would like to say. So let me go ahead and make sure that our spaghetti plots are good to go. And I will go ahead and pull that up for you guys. Let's see. There's that. Here we go. All right, let's go back in time, and I'll transition the camera on over. There we go, fade on in. Still looking at the 2 p.m. advisory. We're not going to get a new update until 5 o'clock, so we're going to briefly update everyone on the threats that we're tracking, what Milton's currently doing out there in the Gulf of Mexico, and we will go ahead and run through the timing very quickly. We're going to keep this fairly consolidated so I can rest up a little bit more, and then we'll rock out at around 4:30, 4:45, so we can not only encompass any new information that we have, but then cover that 5 o'clock advisory because we'll get a new track. We'll get new information unless National Hurricane Center thinks that there is a reason for a special advisory. We don't have one yet. This is still the latest information. And if I track this through time, notice that it is ever so slightly to the right of the forecast cone, and most of our models keep it just, I'm talking a touch south of the current projection. Now, I will go ahead and caveat this. First off, this doesn't really change the forecast very much. The only area that this really changes are going to be the coastal locations in Tampa for storm surge. Otherwise, we will still see consistent tropical storm conditions, consistent hurricane conditions through Central Florida regardless. We're going to have a Cat 3 making landfall and moving into Central Florida as a Category 2. And let me see if I can pull up a way to, let's see here. I'm going to want to draw on this. Let's see. Aha, there we go. Excellent. I have my doodle tool here. I love it. Love to see it. So if you think about it, there's the storm. Even if it were to take some of these more consolidated spaghetti plots here, we're still looking at a pretty solid wind field of hurricane conditions like so. So if you notice, Tampa is still going to receive likely hurricane conditions, very heavy rainfall, and a little bit of storm surge. The only positive we'll have is the wind direction against the actual bay. If this were to go north of Tampa, that would be a worst case scenario for the Bay Area. So for anyone out there who will take this at face value and say nothing's going to happen in Tampa now, please don't fall under that false pretense. Please don't fall under that false pretense. And I'll go ahead and draw for you. The tropical storm winds will definitely go further out from there as well. So much of our viewing area are still faced with tropical storm conditions as this moves across Central Florida. We're just going to see a little bit more of that hurricane force down through Polk, Bradenton, especially Sarasota, and Osceola. And that's if this doesn't shift anymore. These track guidance models are fairly reactive to the current positioning of the storm itself. We'll have to see what our 18 Zulu model data looks like here in the next couple of hours and make a determination if we're generally across the board seeing a subtle southerly jog, or if this is reactive to the wobbles and the oscillations that are naturally going on in the system itself. Cross Ego, absolutely, fully agree with you. Tampa's going to get hard, even if it goes right. Definitely. For sure. And that's another thing as well, is if it shifts to the right as it's weakening, we're still going to see even more heavy rainfall, even stronger storms into the greater Tampa Bay area. So you're going to get a lot of rain, a lot more of that flood potential, not necessarily fully as a result of storm surge, but more so because of the heavy rainfall, for sure. Dylan Y., if you caught the briefing earlier, I'd mentioned that confidence in a forecast is when you see convergence in your spaghetti plots. Each of these individual lines here are all your individual models that take the information that you give to it, and it shows you what it believes to be the most reasonable outcome. And if you look here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 models over Central Florida and one down to the south. So that tells us that we are 90% confident Central Florida and 10% confident, if that, Miami. This is not going to Miami. This is not going to Miami. We've never, ever, ever seen such strong deviations in the forecast track, and especially this close in time. We have not gotten a single model run, even before this system had formed, that put this into southern Florida. So it is okay. It is definitely okay. So it's going to take approximately 6 to 8 hours to get across the peninsula. Let me go ahead and clear my drawing out of the way. I don't know why I was drawing a blank there. I guess the brain fog is kicking back in, even though I just finished another bout of caffeine. So as you can see, 8 p.m. on Wednesday to 8 a.m. on Thursday, that is a 12-hour window. And notice if you were to kind of take the two pieces there, I'll go ahead and pull my drawing tool out again. If you were to take the, whoops, there we go. If you were to go from here to here and extrapolate that forward, it is wider than the Florida Peninsula. So in 12 hours, we are going that far. So that's why I can estimate it'll probably be over Florida for about 6 to 8 hours. And it'll be moving approximately, I would say, each county will probably have to do battle with the system for about 45 minutes to an hour. It'll work its way through. Yes, Miami is good. Models update every 6 hours. Every 6 hours. So that's actually an excellent question. So what that is, and I'll switch us back over to the satellite and I'll zoom us down. Go ahead and let me see if I can get a mesoscale floater of the system. There we go. Beautiful satellite shot there. That's the one thing, despite how crazy these systems are on the surface and what they do to us over land, it's still incredible to see these things on satellite. That's why it's best to observe these puppies cranking over open water where they can't do any problems or can't do any harm to anyone or anything. It's still so impressive to see what goes on in these systems. It's crazy. That is a perfectly symmetrical system. Will likely re-intensify to Category 5. I will not be surprised if we do at all whatsoever. So we will see. So it's not necessarily what's keeping it from going north. It's just tracking east. It's just following the steering current. It's following what the overall environment is doing around it. And generally right now, the winds that are causing this system to move towards the east are out of the west. They're not really fluctuating just yet. We haven't had, in fact, I bet you 10 to 1, we can switch over to a continental view and take a look at the water vapor and find exactly what's going on. There we go. Let me go up to upper level. Upper level might be a little bit easier to see. So if you look down, let me switch. There we go. Now, I don't have a pen to draw, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to kind of describe it. So if you look over Texas, over Louisiana, and down over the western Gulf of Mexico, do you see that area of yellow? And do you see how over the Gulf Coast states, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, we go from yellow to blue? And then notice how it dips. We dip down into the dark blues to the yellows over Texas and into the western Gulf. That's our next little short wave trough, another little piece of energy smaller than our big picture weather pattern that's coming in to the Gulf of Mexico. That's also what's supposed to help to shear this system apart. Hasn't caught up to it just yet. But when it does, that's what's going to immediately instigate that lift towards the north. It's going to turn it, curve it towards the left, and then when it bumps into the frontal system that we talked about earlier that's up over North Florida, that's going to kick it back to the right, which is what's reflected in National Hurricane Center's track here. You can see it generally tracking off towards the northeast until about 8 p.m. Wednesday night. That's when we're going to start to see it curving back to the right as it runs into that surface force field is what we'll call the cold front. Not necessarily, like I just explained, there's going to be something pulling it to the north. It's that shortwave trough and the jet stream that will allow this system to bump north. It's also going to mess with what's steering it out ahead of the system and give it that path of least resistance to arc towards the north. On satellite, we're starting to see that arc. Towards the north, and all of our hurricane models are doing an excellent job in highlighting that. They even showed what everyone's panicking about. I can pull that up for you as well. That's why I like having the capabilities of switching back and forth very quickly to different model data. So let's go to the HAFS A at 12 Zulu, and we'll go back to the current time. If you look, here's the Yucatan Peninsula. There's the center of circulation. If I go 1, 2, notice how it dipped to the south there. Dipped to the south, moving east-southeast, and then pops back to the north and starts that curve up towards Florida. And this model run has it going right into the bay, literally right into the bay. If I switch over to HAFS B, the counterpart, same spot, right into the Tampa Bay area. Go way back in time, also shows us staying east. Look at the time, it's 2 p.m. Then we're at 5 p.m. We should start to see it gaining some latitude. So if we switch back to our satellite, this is 5 p.m. local time. We'll go down to a sub-regional perspective, and we will turn our lat and long on. We can verify and see if the models are doing okay. Let's see. So that's the 22-degree longitude line. Let's go back to our model. This is how you initialize the model here. So let's go back to 2 p.m. It was very close to 22 degrees. Let's go to the HAFS A. Do a little sanity check. HAFS A had it even further south, closer to that 22-degree latitude line. You see right there where my cursor is moving around? That's 22 degrees north. It's still north of that, And by 5 p.m., we should be approaching, if this track is going to hold true, we should be approaching the 23-degree latitude line. And if you look here, this is 24. So we're headed in that direction now. You can see it clearly gaining latitude. We started here. The eye passed right there. And notice where it is at the end of the satellite loop. So we're starting that curve towards the east-northeast. And again, you're going to see it bump around. I would imagine right now, since we're not undergoing any eye wall replacement, we're not seeing anything going on with the internal mechanisms of the storm, that we're not going to see it wiggling around as much for now. Whenever it goes into another replacement cycle, or whenever we start to see the dry air acting on it, that will likely cause it to wiggle around a little bit. I've noticed that these systems have a tendency to do that when on the inside where that engine is, that internal combustion engine is for these tropical cyclones, that's when they tend to move around because they have a lot of stuff kind of bonking them off upside the head from inside. It's kind of like if you were trying to drive a car in a straight line and the person next to you starts shaking you at the steering wheel, you're not going to be able to keep that car straight. Kind of the same premise here. Not entirely, but kind of, same dynamic. Abby Stern, I'm assuming you meant wind shear, not the wind shield. I would hope that the wind shield is strong on all of your vehicles to avoid any damage while driving on the freeway, but that's one thing we're still investigating, to tell you the truth. Still investigating. Now, see, Kelvin Garcia, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Small shift here, small shift here, small shift here, new path. Not necessarily. That would be in a total adjustment. A shift is if we were to go from Tampa down to Cape Coral. That is a shift. Right now, what we're looking at is a simple wobble. And these systems always do that. There is a very, very sophisticated term for it. I'm not going to use that for the sake of not confusing folks. But essentially, all it's doing is it's kind of vibrating. I don't know if that's a great way to describe it, but as all that intense activity that fires at the center to keep these things moving and alive is ongoing, it's naturally going to cause some vibration. Take another car metaphor, for example. You ever see a cammed out, like a NASCAR? You ever go to a NASCAR race or an Indianapolis Formula One race and they turn on their vehicles and you hear them going clunk, 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 because they're built high horsepower, they're ready to rip at 800 to 1,000 horsepower. But then when you turn on your car at home, quiet, purrs like a kitten. Obviously because lower horsepower, more reliable, better gas mileage. Anyways, when you have such a high horsepower hurricane, there's a lot of vibrations that go on the inside, so it's going to cause them to shimmy around the forecast track. That's what we have the cone for. That's why they say don't pay attention to that one little line in the middle. Look at the cone itself, okay? Not necessarily. I do see a question in the chat, but couldn't a significant wobble 10 or 20 miles east change the track upstream? Not necessarily. That depends on a whole bunch of other variables. If it wanders this way, but then manages to recurve at a sharper angle back on course, we're still in the game. That is true as well, Abby Stern. Yes, definitely. So, anyways, what we're going to do here in a second, first of all, I forget exactly what I got totally. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I did not mean to get totally sidetracked there. I wanted to explain really quickly to the one person who asked about the ripples. So what that is, and you could see it, it's so cool, again, because it's spinning so fast. That's another thing with these systems, too. They spin so fast in that center of circulation that you actually get little ripples that are perpendicular to the way it's spinning because of how fast it is flowing. That's actually the turbulence that's created by such rapid rotation around the center. It's causing the waves to ripple. Not the waves, but it's causing waves in the clouds to ripple as it spins so fast. This thing is spinning so quickly. We can't see it with our own eyes because obviously we have to go through a time-lapse loop on the satellite, but it is spinning much faster than a typical regular old thunderstorm or regular clouds would do. Now, what I wanted to pull up for you real quick, let me go ahead and segue off of this so I can mess around in the background here and take a look at some more of our data. And I also want to pull up something else for you guys and cover what I know is on everyone's mind, what it is that we're going to be looking at out here in our neck of the woods. So let me go here. Let's see, where are the... Aha, here we go. So bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and let me merge this over. And we're going to do some county by county. This is subject to change. So definitely don't take this as gospel. Don't take this as whatchamacallit, set in stone. There is definitely still time to change. Let's see. So we have that county. We have Osceola. And then we have Polk. Polk is the big one. Not sure what Cadmos Philesian was doing there, but yes, that is dry air. Dry air is hopefully what's going to be acting on this system to slow it down. All right, so we're going to start going county by county just to get everybody up to speed on what to expect. Let me merge us on over, wipe it on over. Okay, so we're going to start east to west. East to west. It pains me when people jump into a professional stream. You can't, wrong way. You can't see the sign behind me. This is a whole news station, a whole professional environment. And then we have folks that jump in the chat and be like, I'm going to ruin this office's day. I'll never understand it. Never understand it. Who told them that was a good idea, or where did that? I don't know. So this is Brevard County from Titusville, Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, Melbourne, Palm Bay. Looney, no, this is definitely not going to Mississippi. I don't know where you got that information from, for sure. Not going to Mississippi. In fact, Mississippi's looking excellent right now. They have great weather up there right now. So Wednesday evening through Thursday evening, so for about a 24-hour window, we're looking at anywhere between sustained winds of 45 to 60 miles an hour, gusting anywhere between 65 to 85 miles an hour. This will go up. As a matter of fact, if you're watching from Brevard County and you're rooting for this thing to go south, or you're thinking it's going south, unfortunately, your conditions are likely going to go up beyond what we have here. We'll likely see our sustained winds getting much closer to the gusts, and then the gusts being higher than that. There's probably a reason I have you blocked then. Can you please remove yourself from the stream politely? I don't understand. So weird. People will literally sit there and I'm going to go try to spoil the... I don't know. Anyways, I'm not going to get into that. For Flagler County, we're moving up towards the north here. Flagler County, your conditions will likely get just a hair better. Just a hair better if this does trend south. I am not buying into it. I still think we're going to have a landfall between Sarasota and Bradenton. This might not rock right into Tampa Bay. Mark my words, however, please do not let yourself lull into a false sense of security. Hurricanes, tropical systems in general are not little dots. There's a line on the chart that shows where the center goes, but remember, the eye itself will likely be larger and wider than that line. The eye wall will definitely be wider than that line. The rain field, the thunderstorms, and the high winds are going to be much wider than that little black line or whatever color it is from your viewing device. So even if this nudges to the south, Bradenton, Sarasota, that is not a Tampa Bay dodged it again. Absolutely not. You will still get 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds, power outages. You'll likely get a lot of flooding from the very heavy rainfall. It's going to be a big give and take with this system. A big give and take with this system. So Flagler County, take it with don't take it with a grain of salt. You're still likely going to realize these conditions, especially Wednesday through Thursday evening. Sustained winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour, 65 to 85 mile an hour gusts. The surge along the coast from that easterly component, that wind flow coming around the north side of Milton up against the coast, the beach, is likely to increase your surge risk. Now, if this does shift a nudge to the south, we're talking 10, 20 miles, not a big difference. Your sustained winds will likely go from 40 to 50 to about, maybe we'll say 25, 35, 40 miles an hour, with gusts up at upper echelon tropical storm. 60, 70, with your stronger bands of thunderstorms. The heavy rainfall and the tornado risk is definitely still going to be there. That's not going away. Let's go on to our next county, Lake County. Lake County up next to Bat. You can see here that we are expecting, as this system rocks through, this is if it takes the more northerly track. Again, we have to kind of do a little bit of adjustment on the fly since everyone is panicking on social media that this might be going further south. In my professional opinion, and I just spoke with the rest of the weather team here, even if it nudges just a bit to the south, 20 miles give or take, it's not going to do that much to our impacts. It's going to bring the rain actually more so into central Florida for sure. So for Lake County, 60 to 80 mile an hour sustained. If it does nudge south, maybe 50 to 70. 50 to 70 sustained with gusts easily still at about hurricane force. Remember, this isn't going to change too much. It's not going to change the influence too much, and as this storm makes landfall, those winds are going to quickly expand. It's another thing for sure. We got to be careful. Wow, we actually got a threat in the chat. I hope we have somebody from the actual team out there on News 6 watching this live stream right now. Because, dang, unblock me now or see what's going to happen. I would love to see you try to do something to News 6. Because if you're talking about my social media, bud, I have bigger fish to fry. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you tuning in, that I have to kind of click over to the left here. Such a bummer. We have very, very important information to get across to you, and we have somebody who is, yeah. So that's for Flagler County. Let's go ahead and move on. We're going to go to Marion County. We'll go right next door, take a look at their county by county, move it on in. There we go. Get that little raised effect in the county itself. Now, this is once again subject to change if it does end up riding down to the south. Again, I'm not sold on this southerly shift. We can't react to individual model runs. There were previous model runs that have handled the track of Milton far better than what we're seeing now in earlier runs, and they still showed it taking a much further south jog, and that's part of the whole forecasting process. We can't go off of just one model run. Oh, no, yeah. Bubster, Florida, you're absolutely right, but I also want to make sure I pay attention to the chat, too, to answer the correct questions, and it's unfortunate because someone may have an awesome question, a very important question that they need answered, and they're going to rapidly go up the chat because someone's saying blah, 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 you know? So I have to kind of keep a little bit of awareness to the chat, and, when I'm looking around to see what's going on with the questions, the important ones, they could get blocked out, and then that's what I want to avoid. So for Marion County, we could see conditions go down or they could ramp up depending on where this system comes ashore. A lot is going to ride on where it makes landfall. Sustained winds anywhere from 40 to 55 miles an hour. I don't really think that would change very much. I think that's a very reasonable forecast regardless of what the system does. It's the gust potential that will likely change. We could stay around that 40 to 55 ballpark if it comes in a little further to the south. The rainfall is not going to change. The tornado risk is not going to change if you are a viewer tuning in from Marion County. Now, for home base here, well, not home base, but news base in Orange County, we're going to talk Orange County threats. So, if it holds the current trajectory based on National Hurricane Center, 60 to 80 sustained mile-an-hour winds, if it does nudge to the south, we'll go ahead and do it a little bit of an adjustment, maybe 60, 70 mile-an-hour sustained, easily gusting anywhere from 75 to 85 miles an hour. Again, rainfall not changing much. In fact, this will likely go up if the system trends further south. So for Orange County, for Lake, Sumter County, for Osceola and Polk County, if you were expecting a little less rain, if it trends south, our rain chances are going to go up quickly. So that increases our flood risk. Remember that give and take. It's always quid pro quo with Mother Nature. So 60 to 80 sustained. If it does nudge south, maybe 60, 70, 55, 65 sustained, gusting anywhere between 75 to 85, maybe 90. This is if the National Hurricane Center track holds true. We're going to rock on down to Osceola County. This is my neck of the woods now. I grew up in Kissimmee. We'll take a look at their impacts. This is where it gets fairly unfortunate. So this is where we would have to make our biggest adjustments. If you are in Osceola County, and then next up is Polk County, if you are in Osceola County or a Polk County viewer, this is a bit of a problem for you. Give and take. Good news for our folks up to the north, it would be bad if this does trend to the south ever so slightly, 10, 15, 20 miles. Winds sustained will easily go up to about 70 to 80 miles an hour, if not higher than that. More wind damage. The gusts will easily be in excess of 90 to 100 miles an hour because we are getting the center of circulation just to the south of Poinciana, right over the Florida Turnpike. So, and the rain coverage will go up as well, and the tornado risk. So, unfortunately, Osceola County, if we end up trending south, we're going to realize the center of this storm, period, without a doubt. And then last but not least, I will summarize for Polk County. Take it up. Let's go ahead and press play, get to the actual chart. These threats will also go up, particularly for I live in Haines City, Lakeland, Winter Haven, Bartow, Lake Wales. I had mentioned Frostproof and Fort Meade earlier in the stream. You guys will see full force Cat 1, Cat 2 conditions if this trends to the south. Because remember, and I'll use my telestrator again, right now our track has us like this. And if it comes into the south, it'll track more like this. That's where we're looking at the general consensus, maybe a little bit further to the south. Somewhere where my solid lines are is where this system would track. So we will receive the eye and the eye wall, and our strongest winds would be right up in through here on the north side of it. So Osceola and Polk County, as well as just to the immediate south, would realize the full brunt of Hurricane Milton. And before we wrap up, I'm going to take us back to the actual cone of uncertainty, so we can telestrate a little bit and show you the adjustments here. So this is where we stand right now. If this thing were to nudge to the south, it would be right about through here. And what that does is our heaviest rainfall will go from this corridor of the system to down here. Our strongest winds will go from here to down here. I'll use little X's instead. So it really doesn't do very much for us. The only area that I will say openly admit, going to be in the zone to where they luck out ever so slightly would be whoops, I lost my telestrator. Would be Tampa, St. Petersburg. And the only way that they would be taking a bit of a positive hit from this is the storm surge. Otherwise, you're still going to see a large amount of high winds, damaging winds, power outages, flooding from the heavy rainfall. So it really is not going to change much. It's not going to change much. We would literally need this thing to bust out of the cone. We would need it to come down as far south as this to change our impacts in the greater Central Florida area, and that's not happening. That's why it's not in the cone. It's not in the cone. So we can still see some deviation to the north. We can still see some deviation to the south. This is that natural windshield wiper effect. Y'all ever watch Mike Tyson back in the day? His famous peekaboo boxing, back and forth to dodge the straight punches? That's basically what our hurricanes do and what our tracks do as this system comes in. It'll be up here. It'll be down here. It'll be here. It'll be here. It'll be there. It'll be there. It'll be there until it makes landfall. That's the natural windshield wiper effect that we see with all these systems. So even if it's not at 0Z, it could be at 6Z. It could be at 0Z, where we suddenly see this thing go back to the north again, and then it goes back to the south. We were riding north for a good period of time. If you guys have been keeping up with this system for the last several days now, for the last 5 to 7 days, we were here. I keep doing that on accident. I'm so sorry, folks. Let me grab my telestrator again, make sure I'm drawing. We did start off with seeing a mass clustering of ensembles and track guidance down here. Then everyone was mentioning how, oh shoot, 0Z and then 6Z brought it way to the north. And now we're back down to the south again. So as you can see, it's been going back and forth persistently. And we're just going to have to carefully watch the satellite to see exactly what's going on. But you can definitely tell we are curving towards the east-northeast. And I'd argue we probably have been moving more towards the northeast. Let me change the satellite loop here. Yeah. So it's not like we've actually dipped to the south at all. Let me go ahead and switch it back over to what I'm seeing here. And if you follow the center, it's been moving due east and now starting to make that curvature and gain some latitude over the last hour now, I would say, while also rapidly intensifying. So, still lots of time ahead of us. Let's take a look and see if we've gotten any updates on the public advisory. Not as of yet. I do believe we are going to be getting another reconnaissance mission in the system very soon. But we will go ahead and talk with you all again very soon. I'm going to go hop off the stream, take a little bit of a break. We'll probably come back to you in about 40 minutes. Get ready for that 5 o'clock advisory, see what National Hurricane Center has for us, see if they do jog the track south or if they keep it in place. We'll have to wait and see. National Hurricane Center, if you guys think about it, though, has not deviated their track very much at all. It's been microscopic changes, micro-scale changes. We haven't seen it all the way up in Daytona Beach, and then all of a sudden it's down in Palm Bay. So they've been locked in this forecast. They are right in line with what most of the guidance has been average, on average speaking to us. So that's all she wrote. Sergeant Mayhem, you're very welcome. Yep, 2 goofy editors, I do agree. We'll go ahead and wait until 5 o'clock and see what they say. And don't forget, 5 o'clock is one of many future advisories. We still have a lot of advisories left before this thing is right off our coast. And the hurricane models that are designed for the track and intensity especially are very, very much set in stone for West Coast Florida, somewhere between Clearwater and Sarasota. So I really can't imagine Hurricane Center is going to deviate the track very much. But we'll hold off. We'll wait and see. They are the official source. And we'll come back to you again very soon. But until then, guys, enjoy this little break. We'll touch base in about 45 minutes. So keep an eye on the time as we get closer to that 5 o'clock advisory. Check back with us. We'll be back on camera. We'll go back over our county by county once again and see if there's any revisions that we can maybe make once we get a new track. If not, then all that information I presented to you earlier will still hold true, but we'll see you again very soon.
Ready? Hey, what's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas with meteorologist David Nazario hanging out in the Digital Weather Center. You may have seen it. We've seen some comments in the comment section that we now have a Category 5 hurricane once again. Let me back this puppy up real quick. And we are going to look at the latest data. Let me start refresh this. So here we go. We knew this was coming, okay? Like, we knew that it was going to likely make it back to a Cat 5. It's unfortunately looked the healthiest it has ever looked. Even yesterday when we had that pinhole eye going on. But now a 165 mile per hour Category 5, the pressure back down to 918, likely going to continue to strengthen even at that. All right, so a lot is being made about a southern jog here. Now, the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center does move the cone a little further to the south. Remember, there's still wiggles and wobbles with this thing, and the stronger they are, the more susceptible they are to these wobbles going on. So now the center line goes through Sarasota, Bradenton area, and then cuts across, having the center around Palm Bay, Melbourne, Florida. Remember, though, anywhere within that cone, that's where the center can still go. It's important to note that while we have seen a southern shift in some of the models, and this is going to be interesting to see if at 18Z, the 2 o'clock runs that will be coming out of the hurricane models, if in fact they jog south or if they hold steady. This is the one thing we were talking about. I'll kind of put the mic in the middle here so we can kind of have a conversation. If you can let us know if you can't hear us. The hurricane models, specifically the halves A and halves B, have been in Pinellas County for like a week.
Yes, they have.
So it's going to be interesting to see, and they did very, very well with Helene.
To the T, yeah.
And we were just talking before we came back on. That's why we were a little bit late on the countdown there. We were getting the kind of our bearings as the 5 o'clock advisory just came in. And I lost my train of thought. But until those go south, I'm not willing to concede that this thing is going to come in south, because we were noting still they're right on the money. I mean, it's been amazing.
Yeah.
How even dynamic, like it forecast the eye wall replacement cycle last night. It's forecast the structure very, very well.
That tightly wound, perfect circle saw blade, yeah. And this is something that Jonathan and I were going over just a second ago as well, is we had a lot of questions during our Helene coverage. Why is the track west of where all of the hurricane models are showing? And because we aren't tethered to the national, we don't make their decisions. Mm-hmm. We're just kind of, I guess they're following something. And I will openly say, I hope this isn't the case, but the only model that is confident that this thing will make landfall south of Tampa and hook right is the Euro. That's virtually the only one. The Canadian's still on an island. The Canadian goes way south. The Icon has actually brought it into Tampa Bay. The GFS has come to its senses and puts it into Tampa Bay, Pinellas County. The H-Wharf is up to Spring Hill. The H-Mon, the halves A, the halves B are still into Pinellas County. So the only model and its associated ensembles that really do show a noticeable shift favoring more of Polk, Osceola County, Sarasota area is the Euro. That's about it.
And I'm going to pull up the Icon here so that we can see.
18Z should be coming in now, too.
Yeah, and it looks, I mean, it's much north.
Oh, yeah, and that's climbing north, too. That's more north than the 12Z.
It is. So here's the deal, too. In terms of, at least this year, the two models that have done the best for track have been halves B and Icon. Icon did very well with Barrel when
caught it way early.
Yeah, when the Euro was in eastern Mexico.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, the Icon was hundreds of miles north. The European has struggled. I do know, I mean, I don't know for a fact that they love the Euro at the Hurricane Center, but it seems as it, because
I've heard that rumor too, yeah.
It just I mean, with what you mentioned, what they've done to the track and what the Euro did, it's clearly a response to that.
Yep.
The Euro's been garbage, as they say in French this year.
Especially with intensity. Very much so with intensity, for sure.
So it is going to, I mean, people, Captain Cheese Whiz, love the name. Mentioning that Euro's been your trash, garbage all season. Um,
I think what could be happening here too is, and what National Hurricane Center did, you guys couldn't see it from where you are, but there was a brief moment to where we had the 11 o'clock track, and it very quickly switched. I don't know if y'all are familiar with like the old Captain Underpants books and all that, the fliporamas, where you flip back and forth and you can see back and forth like the old classic book GIFs. It shifted from 11 o'clock to the 5 o'clock on our in-house computer data, and all it did is it looked like they extrapolated it. They bumped it east, but kept the exact same track, more or less. They just nudged the entire cone, like almost copied and pasted it, just a little further to the east to accommodate for that shift, that small wobble. I'm not even going to call it a shift. Folks out there, there is a big difference between a shift and a wobble or a nudge or however you want to describe it. A shift to us here at News 6 would be if the track suddenly went from Tampa general area to all of a sudden we're looking at like a Fort Myers.
Yeah.
That's a shift.
right, like an Ian was a shift.
So Charlie was a shift.
There you go.
Big shift. Yeah.
And I mean, this has been subtle too. Like those ones where it was like Panhandle, Big Bend, Tampa. Oh, we're in Fort Myers. Like that was what the guidance showed. I mean, that was
Ian, yep.
Yeah, for Ian, not this, to be clear. What we have up here, this is the icon. This is hot off the press. And you'll note that it has the springboard here, that southerly jog. It's doing a very good job again pinpointing that little wobble.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the slingshot north. And here it goes. So this is quickly gaining latitude.
What's the strength on that too? That looks fairly impressive. I see the shades of blue from where I'm sitting.
964, 966, 965, 967 right there.
So that's right in with our hurricane models. That's like another mirror image. You could overlay the halves A and B together and it would probably be nearly spot on. Wow, that puts it right over Orlando. That is definitely a shift. If you want to go back to 12Z and see, that's definitely I'll say a bump north. Forgive me. I know we just discussed the shift and all that, but I'll say that's a bump north compared.
And look, and that's why we have the cone. It's to account for those wobbles. Unfortunately, when you're talking about evacuations and stuff, you literally don't have time to fine tune it. These things are beasts.
Yeah.
There's so much dynamically happening within the storm. Like it's impossible to do it. Be like, I mean, one rogue thunderstorm wrapping around the eye can get it to wobble
Completely. Go all cockeyed.
So and that's why, I mean, unfortunately, when you leave and then it doesn't hit, you're frustrated, of course, or hit with the surge. But if you stay and you do get hit, then it's not good. So again, this is going to be something to watch. So for everybody on the chat here, first of all, welcome. And this is going to be our homework assignment between now and about midnight, 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning, to see if Zero Z comes back. It's important to note that Recon was not in the storm, or they're on their way back. Yeah. Not that we don't know where the center is. I mean, gee, we can clearly tell where the center of this thing is. We can go back to the satellite to look at this thing, and my goodness.
Ooh, look at that. You can see it's gaining. Not only is that thing really intensifying, look at that pure eye, that perfect circle of it. But watch towards the end of the satellite. Watch this. Look at that. It's rampant. Look at that turn. That is curving. That is gaining latitude. That is accommodating for that shift.
Milton
curves. That's definitely, Milton is moving. It's curving. Oh yeah, look at that. Especially in the last couple of frames where you can really see it really start to find that left curve hard. It's like at the Daytona 500 right there. There's east, there's that little jog south, and then right there, you can see that clear turn up towards the northeast. I would say that's probably moving at about 45 degrees now. It is no longer favoring east. It is definitely finding latitude.
It's significant. We'll have to get the overlay the lat lines on here. Get that done. But I mean, I'm not, and that's the thing. Like the Twitter sphere and the social webs are gonna. Oftentimes they cave on the windshield wiper.
They do.
This happens, especially
reactive.
when you're exactly. Especially when you're dealing with a strong hurricane like this. Like I can't even imagine what it's like flying in there. Like what did the Recon yesterday found hail? I mean, there
Yes.
is some crazy stuff going on in this hurricane.
Yeah.
Like I mean, it's already one of the strongest on record in the Atlantic Basin via pressure, via wind. Um, it's wild, but I mean, man, I don't know. And the other thing too, it's likely probably going to undergo at least one more eye wall replacement cycle too.
Yes.
You would think anyway, with an eye that perfect.
Doesn't look like we're quite there yet.
No,
And
the-
folks, if you're watching, I don't mean to look rude or impolite. If you see me on my phone every now and again, it's because we have the stream pulled up, but I'm also looking because we're awaiting recon aircraft that are on the outer periphery of this storm right now. So, stand by, hang with us in the stream. We're probably going to maybe get a special update from Hurricane Center because this thing is tearing through another rapid intensification cycle. So it should be any moment now we start to receive reconnaissance data, and they might give us a special outlook or a special advisory with more information. Is it in storm now? It is. It looks like they just made a pass.
So there's the pass. We'll see if they dropped a song. My goodness, like that thing is wild.
Very tightly wound center too. That's how you know it's still deepening. That is so impressive. Doesn't look like they have pressure yet, though.
Let's see, just looking at it.
I can't tell if that's getting close to the 195 or if it's like one.
That's what I'm trying to. Blue.
It's definitely above 175 though. If my eyes don't deceive me.
Sorry, I'm like getting real up close and personal with the camera, guys. Yeah, I mean it's north of that's the rain rate is the red, the blue for anybody looking at this and can't look at it, and the blue is the wind, so that's north of 175 knots with no suspect SFMR.
Yeah.
Let's see. So they're in the eye wall on the western side, or hold on, I gotta bring back what side are they on? Yeah, on the northwestern side. So hopefully we'll get a drop sign from the eye soon.
Yeah, it looks like they missed it. I'm a part of a chat with a few of the folks who actually do follow the recon missions. Some have ridden along, some have actually done the drop signs into the storms, and so they get direct feedback when the recon aircraft are moving through the system. And apparently they barely missed the core because it's so small, it's so tightly wound, they missed it. So we have to wait another approximately 10 minutes before they can get another drop sign, hopefully directly in the center where it matters the most.
Of course.
Yeah. Now I'm really curious to see if the GFS stays the course or if it lifts north. Yeah, look at that. The GFS and the Icon, you switched over and it looked like the same model.
So that's still from 12Z, I believe. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Because 18 will be in soon, hour.
It should be populating very soon, yeah.
But I mean, still, I don't know. We don't make the official forecast, but I don't know. Don't let your guard down if you're in the Tampa area is what we're gonna say. That's our personal opinion. David and I have been talking. What? Weeks?
Yeah, definitely, easily talking about this.
So we've been on this through the night, through the morning, and I don't know. I wouldn't be ready to say it's shifting southeast yet. That's our own personal opinion, but I mean, qualified, credible personal opinion from looking at all the data that we have coming in. And I mean, honestly, until again the Icon shifts and until the halves A and B go south to follow suit with the global models, I would not be ready to say that Tampa is out of that surge threat, that if it would to hit head on or just to the north of Tampa Bay.
No, exactly. And that's another thing too. We also have to take into equation. I've already seen some folks mentioning that Tampa is out of the realm of issue. Just because it gets bumped south does not mean that all of a sudden the evacuations, the threats, etc. just go away. We're still going to realize hurricane conditions in the immediate Tampa area. We're still going to see lots of heavy rainfall. The threats will change. They'll evolve for sure. They're going to change and they're going to evolve. We'll have to do some adjustments if this holds another 12 hours from now. But if you did evacuate, you probably made the safest decision, because at the end of the day, you're not evacuating because the black line goes right into Tampa. You're evacuating because there is a major hurricane coming at the West Coast, so it's in your best interest. And you have to remember that. It's all a matter of perspective. If you're focusing on a line, you're not focusing on the big picture perspective. This is a danger. This is like if you knew someone was going to break into your house, you're going to make sure the doors are all locked up. You're not going to just casually say, well, we'll see if he happens to go through this door particularly. I'm going to leave this one locked, but the likelihood of him coming through this door here is slim to none, so I'm going to leave this unlocked. No, you still want to be prepared just in case.
I'm just looking at this. I mean, and
That still shows.
Do you know what this model is that you have loaded in? Is this the Baron 3K?
It's either the Baron 3K or the Her.
Okay, I'm just gonna to check to see what I'm. Yep, Baron 3K, and that's unwavered.
Yeah, that hasn't changed
as well. That has it's literally looks
still
the
shows
same.
Bradenton. And that's been our general thinking here, and the rest of us in the Pinpoint team, is we've been thinking maybe as far north as Clearwater, but only as far south as Sarasota. We've never had Fort Myers, Punta Gorda as a landfall site. We've been shrinking our cone, and you can fact check us if you'd like and refer back to old archive streams or old broadcasts on our app. We've been mentioning that despite the size of the cone, the consensus and the consistency we've seen for days now would only really encompass that radius. So
so I don't know. We've got a couple of super reliable ones. This our in-house Baron 3K model. Did very well with Helene as well.
Yeah.
So that's 3 models that I blatantly trust, and I know you do as well from doing that as well, that continue to show, actually 4, because we have both of the halves models right on top of each other. And then it'll be interesting to see, again, critically, we're waiting for that 18Z GFS, because the GFS, for as how many people knock it, it has done very well this hurricane season. It has wiped the floor with the Euro. 1776 all over again, dare I say, with the U.S. just cleaning the clocks of the European.
Pretty much. Yeah, and it always seems to come to its senses within 3 to 4 days. It'll do some weird stuff if you're 5 and out, but even though I know it's a long-range model, you're supposed to use it, the accolades that I will give to the GFS is it always seems to nail, even before a system is born, its intensification, its strength, and then it usually gives you a great idea of where to look. I know we're all very familiar, if you follow a bunch of folks on X or Instagram or especially TikTok, the 18Z GFS will pop a Cat 5 over Jamaica or over Florida or something like that. Yes, there are phantom runs of the GFS, but I have noticed when you get run, 0, 6, 12, 18, 0, 6, 12, and 18, it's not necessarily you're looking at it to find the storm. You're looking at it to know what general area you should be monitoring for a future storm. Never take the GFS or any long-range model run at face value for the position, the location, the time, and the intensity of a system that hasn't even developed. That's what models are meant to do. They're meant to model the atmosphere, and when there is nothing on the game board yet, all they're doing is showing you a model of what that area would look like if there was a storm there. So what that tells us meteorologists is we need to watch for if and when this does develop. This is what something may look like if it does form. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but what I'm saying is when you look at models that far out, don't look for the storm. Look for what could come together to form that storm and whereabout it may look like.
Yeah, and this is the Euro AI model, which is it also did very well with Helene.
Yep.
It's kind of in between Bradenton, Sarasota in that area, so certainly not as far south as some of the other models have pushed. No. Is that further north than what the Euro is? I've not looked at the 18Z or the 12Z Euro to see where.
I think it is a little further towards the north. Go forward in time just a little bit more. I want to see if it has that. No, it doesn't. So it still has it coming up through northern Polk, northern Osceola, and then across Orange. So yeah, it's more in line with the GFS. The Euro, I believe, at 12 has it, no, pretty much actually same landfall site, but then see how it has a sharper right turn?
Yeah, so it takes it south of Cape Canaveral, whereas the other one goes like over or north.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where the tiny difference is made. But even then, this really doesn't support the Hurricane Center.
It doesn't, because that's still, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, there it is. I mean, that is just south I mean, I would argue that is like South Bradenton.
Yeah.
Like that's not even Sarasota. Like Bayshore Gardens.
Yeah,
just
Bayshore
about.
Gardens. And at the size the eye is expected to be at that point, Bradenton, Sarasota, Bayshore Gardens will likely see the center. Then what gets tricky is how hard of a right curve does it take, and how much does that front really influence that kick towards the right. That's like the pivotal point of the forecast.
All right, so you have Newport Richie, hurricane force winds for sure. How is Lakeland going to impact Milton? I don't know if it's the other way around. How is Milton going to impact Lakeland?
Lakeland won't do too much, bud. But
it's not.
At this point right now, with where the track is and where all of our models are, Lakeland will likely come very close, if not right underneath the eye wall.
Yeah, I mean that's wind gusts pushing, if not exceeding, 100 miles an hour in Lakeland.
Oh, easily, yeah. They're still forecasting 100-mile-an-hour sustained winds through Central Florida, so we can definitely be gusting just shy of Category 3 when this thing is moving through Polk and Osceola, particularly Polk. Once you get into Osceola, we'll still be seeing that center running across the land, so it's going to get cheese graded from the ground up and weaken, but we're definitely still going to realize hurricane conditions over Central Florida, no matter how you break it down. Orlando will still likely see 60 to 75-mile-an-hour winds, even if this southerly track were to verify.
No question. No question.
Ruskin, I see another comment in there about Ruskin. Ruskin will definitely feel the impacts from Milton. It's a small storm, everyone. Let's not go and try to compare apples to oranges. Helene was a big storm. It did come down in size on approach. Milton is much more smaller, much more compact, but regardless, if you look at the structuring of this system, if you're anywhere within 5, 10, 20 miles of where that center comes ashore, you will still get a large brunt of activity from it.
1 second.
Oh, no worries. Question is that 60, 70 mile an hour in Orlando sustained or gusts? Will likely be more in the sustained category, although from experience, whenever the forecast is for X, you always want to kind of apply a little bit of frictional realism to your forecast. I know during Idalia and Helene, my area in Polk County, the Haines City, Davenport area, was forecast to see consistent tropical storm conditions, and they were far more intermittent. And a lot is going to be dictated by the time this system is off our coastline and what it looks like, because right now it is very healthy, and I'm very eager to see what Hurricane Center reconnaissance aircraft find in the center before we jump the gun. Does compact mean more damage for the cone inside of the storm? I don't know if I'm reading that right. Does compact mean more damage for the cone inside of the storm? Or is that core? Is it cone or?
I think cone. Yeah, I think cone.
It can. So smaller damage path, but again, because it's so tightly wound up, you got to think about it from physics. If you have a very broad area of spin, it's likely not spinning as fast than if you have a small area of spin. That's just naturally how that kind of force works. So these smaller storms can pack a lot more of a punch, just not across a larger radius, which is a good thing for some, but for folks within that damage path, it's not necessarily a good thing. You'll feel different impacts than what folks up north felt with Helene, even because it was such a big storm. Debbie being such a broad hurricane, probably a lot wider of a damage swath, but not as extreme. Whereas with Milton, if it stays as wound up as it does now, let's say hypothetically, and don't come after me, I'm not forecasting this isn't a forecast, hashtag like they always say, or asterisk. Let's say hypothetically it did come ashore as a Cat 5. That immediate area around the eye wall would see, as the Saffir-Simpson scale says, catastrophic damage, without a doubt. But because it is spinning so fast, that ring of Category 5 impacts will only be about yay big. Then the hurricane force winds would be about yay big, and the tropical storm force winds would only be about yay big. That's just the nature of the beast with these cyclones, because of the nature behind their spin. Just the spin, nothing, not the rain, not the pressure, not all this other fun weather sciencey stuff. Just the nature of it spinning is what really dictates that wind field.
Yep, and Matrix is asking a question. I think with what was said earlier with the weakening on landfall, the wind field would expand. Am I wrong? No, no, no. You're absolutely correct. Correct. There's
Yep.
two things. There's likely going to be another eyewall replacement cycle, which at this point is really probably the main thing to knock it down is intensity, a self-inflicted thing.
Lord willing.
Right.
Yeah.
We hope for that, but it's the double-edged sword because then you take some of the, just like he was mentioning about the figure skater, you take those winds that are tightly wrapped around the core, and while it weakens, you force them out a little bit longer. It's also going to be reacting with the synoptic scale feature, that dip in the jet stream. That's also going to help to spread the winds out more. So a couple of things to make the impacts of the storm grow bigger, which is obviously what we do not need for storm surge along the Gulf Coast. All right, I got to get ready to run to get on the news at 6 o'clock. Got to get a show prepared.
Let's do it.
So if you want to hit this, take this back over as we wait for Recon to come in.
Seat.
Sounds good. Guys, good to see you all. If you're in the greater Central Florida area, tune in to News 6 on the TV, load up the phone, keep it on the YouTube stream as well, have the dual streams going. We got you covered here. David's back in the hot seat, crushing it as always. Be safe up there. New recon data coming. He's going to walk you through it. Peace out.
Alrighty, Jonathan, thank you. Yes, the comfy chair, the good one. We're back in business, folks. So now I can go back and tell you more weather stories and bombard you with jargon. I'm just kidding. You know we're not doing that here. So what questions do I have? Is it still going to landfall as a Category 3 cross ego? I'm believing that's cross ego. It is expected to landfall as a Category 3. And it is very interesting here that the icon of all models, since we still have the screen share pulled up, I do want to dissect this a little bit more. I really do, because that's definitely an interesting trend. And I'll step you through the trends, which has been very notable, to tell you the truth. So we'll start at 0Z. This was first thing this morning. 0Z usually starts to populate the night prior from data acquired the evening before, but it'll actually show up in our systems the morning after, if that makes any kind of time sense to you. So here we are. This is the German model from last night. And notice it does have it into Bradenton, Sarasota, and then a sharp right turn over the border of Polk in Osceola County. So this is very deep south. If I switch us to 6Z, this is about 5 o'clock in the morning. We've now gone into Polk in Osceola County. This looks very much like the current track from National Hurricane Center. If we go to 12Z, we are now further to the north of there, central Polk in northern Osceola County, coming out of southern Brevard. And then we go to 18 Zulu, and we are now well to the north. We are going up into Orange County, northern Brevard, southern Volusia County, kind of scraping the southern border of Seminole County there with the center of circulation. So we'll have to see what happens next. If you guys see in rapid succession, these would be shifts. And that's kind of what I was discussing earlier, the difference between a shift, a nudge, a bump, etc. This is a shift. If you go to 0Z and you take a look at where it's expected to be at 14Z on the 13th, we'll go to 12Z. This is 8 a.m. on Thursday. If you take a look at where it was expected to be at 8 a.m. on Thursday at this point in time and you shift it to our most latest data, now that's a shift. Look at that. We went from the outer fringe of Polk County, and I forget the county just to the south of Polk, but now we are up into central Orange County. Now that's a big difference. And the reason I say that's a shift is because we would need to see a whole difference in the track to get to that point, if that makes sense. See, Michelle Sparks, a quality question. Thank you very much. So I would say to cross the state, about 6 to 8 hours. It's not going to be moving too fast. We are anticipating this will still be jogging at around 12 to 15 miles an hour, give or take. We'll see if the front and the trough pick up the forward speed. But right now, I would guesstimate around 6 to 8 hours over the peninsula. And it's usually every 24 hours or 12 to 24 hours over land where we see a percentage of weakening with these tropical systems. Matrix, a great question. If these are all models, which one would you pick? And in this case, I would probably go with the Hurricane Model Suite. And when I say suite, I mean HAFS A, B, HMON, HWRF, particularly the HAFS models, because they're supposed to be the new, improved, robust computer models for identifying all the way down to what's happening inside the hurricane that help to dictate the track alongside what's happening on the outside of it that move it along. EAS, CSC, CEC, Lakeland is going to get hit by Milton hard. If you look at the latest iteration of the German model, the Icon model, somebody asked that. This has a Cat 2 going right over Lakeland and right over my house. So honestly, the German model is kind of rough for a lot of us. See, Michelle Sparks, you're very welcome. Eyewall wind speed at landfall, based on the current projections right now, I'll switch us back over to the latest forecast track. This is as of the 5 o'clock advisory. Let's go ahead and switch us over to links and merge us on over. You can see that we are still thinking 125 miles an hour sustained in the center of circulation, which translates to anywhere between 135 to 150 mile an hour gusts. As it crosses central Florida, they are predicting about an 85 mile an hour storm on the immediate east coast right over Palm Bay, which means interior Florida, the rest of Hillsborough County, Polk County, Osceola County will likely see anywhere between 90 to 100 mile an hour sustained winds. On the previous forecast, they had a 100 mile an hour Cat 2 right on the border of Osceola and Polk County. Carl Dennis, another quality question. So if it moves further south, the wind shear will have less of an effect on it, which means we might see a stronger system if it comes in further to the south. Always a give and take with Mother Nature. That's kind of why, at this point, we want it to lift to the north so we get a weaker version of what Milton could be at landfall. I'm going to look away from what we have down here for now, just because I want to start to see what is going on with our reconnaissance aircraft, our recon mission. I want to see if we get any kind of data. Yeah, we are right on the border of a sub 900 millibar above 175 knot system. Very, very impressive storm out there. For Orlando, I would prepare for a minimum of a Category 1, maximum of a Category 2. The track did shift south for some reason. I think they're following the general model consensus here. If I switch us over to the spaghetti plots and show you all what we have going on for Milton, you'll notice that they pretty much took the general average and put the center of circulation right on in where most of our spaghetti models are. If I can find Milton in here, where is Milton? Why can I not find it? Unless I'm looking right over it, my eyes are just that tired already. There it is. Yep, my eyes are just that tired. So there you go. If you look, there was a bit shift to the south, and as a result, National Hurricane Center moved the cone to the south. So it's very clear that a lot of our track guidance individual models, none of the models that we have our hands on, which is weird, these are all internal to Fishmania. Polk is not looking good right now at this current track and with the spaghetti plots, but we have to wait and see. We can't get reactive on one model run. And if I'm being honest with you, 6 and 18Z, for me personally, hold just a little bit. We're talking like that much less credibility with me just because they're continuity runs. They're not 150% plugged into everything that's going on atmospherically. And so I sometimes look at 18 and 6Z with a little less confidence because I know not everything is being updated with how the models rock and roll. Yohel and Lauderdale, truthfully, yes. That's another thing if this track stays to the south, is Orlando, Kissimmee areas in Sumter County, Seminole County, everybody that was not expecting as heavy of rainfall, if this stays nudged to the south like this on our current track, our rain chances are going to go way up, and flooding is probably going to go way up. Not as of yet, Pam. They're inside the storm sampling right now. Let's see. Looking to see if there are any comments. Oh, Zen, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. So how did we go from majority models being Tampa to Sarasota? Well, these are the Hurricane Center models. All of our other models, the ones that we can see here, are above Sarasota, which, I mean, regardless, we're splitting hairs here, folks. That's another thing too. Like these subtle shifts for our folks up here on the north side of the cone, yes, that's a big difference. For our folks down here on the extreme southern side of the cone, that's a big difference. But for everybody inside the cone, particularly in this general area, this really doesn't make much of a difference. Not much of a difference. Like I said, the biggest change is going to be in the Tampa Bay area, just how much storm surge we receive. We're still going to see the hurricane winds. We're going to see lots of very heavy rainfall. We're going to see the tornadoes. We're going to still see some surge, even if this track were to verify, because remember, storm surge is simply the rising of the ocean surface because of how much low pressure is built into these storms. That's it. So if you think about the storm surge as a dome of water underneath the hurricane, there's still going to be a lot of storm surge that will likely work its way into the bay. It just won't be as extensive or as severe. But regardless, because of how deep this system is expected to be, we're still going to get some storm surge in there. So this little nudge to the south is not Tampa dodging another system. No, I would not say Tampa is dodging a system unless it is well to the south. That's just me. Because again, this system is going to be very north side loaded, lots of thunderstorms, lots of strong winds, still lots of water built into the northern side of this system, kind of like so, as it tracks through. The wind impacts will particularly be here for sure, because that's the technical right front quadrant of the system. But all in all, the entire area here is still going to be encompassed by hurricane force winds. So you kind of have to pick your poison in this case. Newport Richey. Could you give me a bit of geography on where Newport Richey is? This is why I always struggle with the actual, like, down to the city location. I've written point-based forecasts before, but I have a base to focus on to do that. So give me some geography. Newport Richey, where are you without me whipping out my phone again? Let me know. Actually, tell me this. West Coast or East Coast? That's it, please. Matthew Bestwick, I just noticed. UK, thanks for tuning in from all the way in the United Kingdom. We appreciate you. It'll probably be, it's 5:34 right now, so we are just under approximately 29 hours and counting, if we want to do a little countdown. Daytona's doing okay. If this thing keeps bumping south, like I said, it's the folks on the outer edge of this cone here that are likely going to see the most of a difference if this wiggles and wobbles back and forth. The edges of the cone will be where our difference is made with these subtle adjustments. Right in through here, I did it again. I had this constantly going on during the last stream. Right in through here, regardless. And this is for the current forecast. The current forecast, not the old one. This is this one here. This is where the corridor of your strongest impacts are going to go. So once again, Tampa, not out of it. Clearwater, St. Petersburg, definitely not out of it. Bradenton and Sarasota will see the eye wall if this is the end-all, be-all. Same thing with Polk County. I'm here. Did I lose my telestrator? Oh, there it is. There's Haines City. There's Kissimmee. There's Orlando. Here is Lakeland for the folks asking. I saw someone say Lake Wales. Lake Wales is here as well. So, yeah, rough. Very rough. These storms always go counterclockwise. Low pressures always go counterclockwise. Okay, it's coming back to me now. Newport Richey is like somewhere right in through here, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, somewhere right in through here, give or take. So Newport Richey should still definitely be hunkered down and holding place just in case for these hurricane conditions. And remember, this is the Hurricane Center track. All the models I can show you guys right now are all sitting over that same general area. Let me refresh this, see if we have new recon data. No, it looks like they're getting ready to make another pass. They're going towards the center, though. I can see that much. Looking at the chart here, they're going towards the center. Jay, for real, Kissimmee Celebration. I went to school at Celebration High School. They're going to be on the wet side and the windy side for sure. Wet and windy side. Because Celebration is pretty much right in through here. So you're going to be on the immediate north side of where those strongest north core thunderstorms and convection is going to be. And that's where a lot of your strongest winds are. So make no mistake, this system's not going to be super asymmetrical to where there's rain on one side, did it again, where there's rain on one side and winds on the other. That's not how this works. That's not how it works. But obviously, the further away you go, especially on the north side, since it's going against what's driving the system off towards the east, that changes your impacts a little bit. Can it also end up in Miami if, say, it doesn't turn like they think? Nico, I've never seen a forecast bust that hard. Never seen a forecast bust so badly. That is as far out of the cone as you could possibly be. We would need something catastrophic to happen to the entire atmosphere over the East United States for this thing to suddenly go this way. So no. I've had a lot of folks asking about Fort Lauderdale, Miami. I'm not too sure why. There's absolutely nothing to suggest, zilch, not a zero out there, to suggest that anybody down here is going to get this storm. Nothing at all. So everybody down there is very safe. Just covered Newport Richey. And remember, guys, I'm going to say it again, and then I promise you, and I don't mean this negatively or like I'm frustrated or anything, but just for the sake of my own energy and my own brainwave bandwidth, if you're in the cone, bad news. That's it. Bad news. So if you know your town, your city, your zip code, your street, whatever you're going to ask in the chat, and I say that politely, is inside the cone, let alone near the track line, then got to put 2 and 2 together. We got to use the picture to our advantage. How bad is Cocoa going to be? So Cocoa Beach here, in this case, it's going to be barely off to your south, so it's going to be rough out there for sure. Again, Daytona is not in the clear. So now that's a different type of question because it has been trending to the south. And if you look, Daytona is definitely not in the clear. I would argue that this is going to put you in even more of the heavier rainfall. Letitia, my children are in Davenport. We're neighbors then. Well, yeah, your children and I are neighbors. You're only like 20 minutes away. No, less than that. I can be in Davenport in like 10 minutes. So we're right up against one another. Can you tell us what would be worse for Davenport? Will it be the wind or the rain? So, Melissa, quality question over on News 6. In this case, it's going to be a mixture of both. Davenport is right in through this general area. I will go ahead and zoom on down to put it into perspective. Davenport is right there. And you could see that our hurricane force conditions are likely going to be right on in this general quadrant with lots of thunderstorms right around that center. I know it looks like I just drew the sun, but I'm doing my best here. So Davenport will definitely see a lot more of the heavy thunderstorms on the north side of this system, as well as the high winds, without a doubt. Without a doubt. That's the thing with asymmetries with these systems. Let's go ahead and cut over to a satellite shot so we can talk about that a little bit. Let's come back to this. So right now we have a very there for sure. St. Cloud, Jimmy Nunez is also going to get hit hard. What do you think about Gainesville? We're thinking about staying now, but can't really tell. Gainesville is going to be decent. I'm not going to say it's going to be okay, but that's definitely not an area that you'd be at risk of needing to evacuate, especially since you're well inland. Again, I want to emphasize this for those of you who may be wishy-washy about the evacuations. Anything inside the state, or even if you're elsewhere, if you're watching from Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, the Carolinas, You also need to know a bit of situational awareness about your local area, know where it floods. And these are things I'm talking about that you observe on a day-to-day. For example, my house, I know that the driveway tends to collect a ton of water during our heavier afternoon thunderstorms. And as a result, in my opinion, with this storm coming through, and especially on the southerly track, I could see that the only area that I may have to worry about flooding would be the garage. I know that the natural slope of my backyard favors my neighbor's house, unfortunately, so they might get a little bit more water than we would, but I don't ever usually see, and I pay attention to these things probably because I'm a weather nerd, but at the same time, I also want to recognize I'm in Florida, so this is a threat that we'll be facing on a recurring basis during hurricane season, so I just want to know, and I want to be sure. So these are also areas that you want to kind of just keep a mental note of. Sometimes people are just not that cognizant of it, but it is wise to, again, I love to refer back to it as situational awareness. Know your surroundings. Cape Coral will probably see some heavy rainfall, but you're still technically on the south side of the system, so you may not realize as much extensive flooding as on the north side. Melissa, another excellent question. So, yes, technically, if this were to come in a little further to the south, and we can have some fun here, we can kind of telestrate a little bit and change some of the overlays. Let's go over to the water vapor, zoom out a little bit. So, all this general area here is like the dead zone for this hurricane, and it's expected to track up like this. So as you can see, the dry air back behind it as it moves in is going to have to fill that leftover space, so it's going to be swooping in on the backside like so. So if this hurricane stays more to the south, it's not likely to draw in as much of what that dry air can do up over the Gulf Coast and the western Gulf of Mexico. So that's another reason why, I hate to say this for Tampa, Clearwater and all that, that's another reason why we need this thing to kind of go up towards the north than the south. Because if it stays south, the bottom 1/3 of the peninsula, the bottom half of the peninsula is going to get a much stronger iteration. And I know you're probably thinking out there, why are we wishing this on other people? Let's just wish it away. Well, we can't do that. Unfortunately, only God can do that in his almighty wisdom. We cannot take Milton completely out of the equation. There's no way it's going to do this. There's no way it's going to do this. We're in the dead zone, if you will, the bullseye, the target. And so we got to pick and choose what the best case scenario looks like, even if there is some collateral damage. So we want this thing to kind of hang up and get pulled in well to the north. I can't seem to grab my telestrator. There we go. We want this thing to keep curving towards the north so then we can bring down more and more of this dry air and get that wind shear over the center of circulation. If it stays to the south and favors a more southerly track, then southern Florida is going to have a very bad next couple of weeks. Very bad next couple of weeks. And that's the thing, this is going to be rough, and I'm not going to go into detail. I'm hoping that you all can use a little bit of intuition, but let's look at it this way. If the system were to track in here and come in as a stronger storm, then we're probably going to see all of this area and up in through here, because it is a stronger storm, hit by very strong hurricane conditions and lots of flooding. If we see it come up like this, and there I go losing my telestrator again. If we see it come up like this, like the H-Wharf has it doing, it'll be a weaker system, and we'll probably only see impacts like this. See the difference? Collateral damage. It's kind of the nature of the beast, and maybe this is my military side talking. Maybe it's too much for some, but if I were the commander of a battalion or a fleet or a squadron or a wing, as we used to say in the Air Force, I would probably lean towards the side with which less people are impacted versus I wanted to miss my house, so I'd rather have these thousands of people get hit. Those are the kind of decisions you need to make in significant situations or serious situations like this. Do we want to, I'm sure you guys have seen it in the movies too. Do I want to risk this one person, but eliminate thousands of others? Or am I going to suck it up, buttercup, and let this one go to save all these people? it's one of those situations, and maybe I'm getting out there and letting my Air Force talk way too much, but, you know, exactly. See Michelle Sparks, exactly, for sure. Does Milton have the potential to be as awful as Katrina? If it stays on this southerly course, it very well could, because it could come in stronger and it could come in a little bit harder as well. What about the rotation of the storm? Does the East Coast get hit? Yes, East Coast is going to get hit. I'll tell the straight a little bit for you as well. Even if it were to exit somewhere around Palm Bay, southern Brevard County, you're going to have all that strong winds on the north side bombarding you from Jacksonville all the way down to the south. And if it's a stronger storm, that's going to be even harsher for you East Coasters on the north side of this system. So Daytona Beach, you're not out of it. Jacksonville, you're not out of it. St. Augustine, you're not out of it. You're not out of it for sure. No, it's not going to clip Cuba at all. For Cape Coral, right now, we're probably looking at tropical storm to low-end hurricane conditions. If we're expecting the storm to make landfall in through here, and the south side of the system is our right front quadrant, we're going to see those hurricane force winds extending out much further from the center than on the north side. This is probably what the orientation of the system would look like. This is your right front quadrant. I'll go ahead and put RF. This is your left front, and these are your wind field. This is your, I'll go WF. This is your wind field here. These are your little wind fields. So on the south side of the system, we're going to have a bit more of an extension to it. So we're going to see those hurricane force winds extend from Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, up to Palm Bay, Vero Beach. Port St. Lucie might get a close shave from it if it does continue to cockeye off towards the right like this. And if it's a stronger storm, then those hurricane winds are going to translate much further inland. That's another thing as well. Oh, my shoulder just popped. I got crunchy shoulders. Ocala's doing okay. No, Melissa, I want to talk more about Polk County. I'm right there with you in Polk County. I'm in Haines City. And with where the track is expected to go, I can pull it up on here as well on the water vapor. Let's see, where is Milton? I think I have to change the time settings. There we go. So you can see, and again, I want to illustrate to you not to focus so much on the line, because obviously the center is going to be much larger than this. The center is going to be about yay big. And all around that center, we're going to do the sun again. I'm going to draw us a lovely little sun, embracing my Bob Ross. Let's go ahead and paint in a nice little sun right there over Polk County. Happy little sun with some pretty good rays beaming out on all sides. That looks good. I like it. I like it. That's a pretty good descriptor there. So I know we're drawing a sun here, but yes, for Polk County, Melissa, if you're a Polk County resident, I'm not sure which part, Polk and Osceola will definitely get some very harsh impacts from this if this track holds true. Unfortunately, it seems like Polk and Osceola and Pinellas, especially, not Pinellas, excuse me, Hillsborough, are going to see some very rough impacts regardless of if the track is up. There I go again. If the track is up here or if the track is down here. Polk and Osceola and Hillsborough will get this storm regardless. That's another thing, too. We got to get away from focusing on that center line because the wind field and all the impacts are going to be changing as the system moves along. Natasha, yes, Gainesville is going to be okay. If you notice, you're well outside the cone here, so you're all right. You just got to watch for the heavy rain risk and that potential isolated tornado risk as these storms wrap around the north side of the system. Go ahead and refresh my recon data. Nothing yet. I'm surprised that they're really not doing too much. I'm just going to check my chat real quick and see, because we have a few folks who can get info from the recon as they're passing through. right, so it looks like we did get our GFS data in. Print Media Center, Deborah. I'll remember that. I'll try to remember that for sure. I have family in Bartow, and I'm also in Haines City. Oh, okay. So then, yeah, we're probably right down the street from one another, neighbors in Haines City. Family in Bartow, very familiar with Bartow as well. And then, yeah, we could possibly be right down the street from one another in Haines City, especially with all the new construction out there. So yeah, truthfully, I'd recommend sticking with News 6 or even following some of my private social media, because I'm going to be updating that area particularly since that's where all my family is. Let's see. What else questions do we have? Zen has family in Lakeland. We're going to receive the brunt of it. Indian River County. Milagros, good to see you from Pinellas County. You're going to be on the south side of this system. Or no, the north side, to the north of this system. The system will be south of you. You'll still likely see some pretty immense impacts from it. Oh, yeah, I like watching Bob Ross. So calming. And honestly, I would say if you guys are feeling a little tense, maybe pop on a YouTube long-form marathon of some Bob Ross. Question, when the surge comes, it will be high tide Tampa South. How will the wraparound winds affect the surge going into Thursday? So that's another thing, too. We need to check the timing of the tides to see exactly what happens with the timing of this system and if it jogs to the north or to the south again. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull up our GFS real quick so I can show you. Let's see. This is 18Z. Did this shift at all? Actually, the GFS came a little north too. Yeah, so let me go ahead and share my screen again. And I'll zoom us in as far as I can go. And we'll look just strictly at the pressure here. Let's see, where is my surface? Where are we at? Let me go to multi-parameter. We'll just use this. And I'll share my screen again, wipe on over. So this is our 18Z GFS. If I go to the 12Z and show you guys, 12Z had it just barely to the north of where our Hurricane Center track has it. So even then, interesting. Hurricane Center is definitely going off all their internal computer models. They're not following what we have going on real time with all of our global and higher resolution hurricane models. So if you see, 12 Zulu had the storm right over Bradenton, kind of riding the lower edge of the Tampa Bay. Back it up a couple. We'll go to our latest run, the 18Z. Shows it weakening. See that? See how it shows it weakening a little bit faster? More to the north it is. Now you can see that we have a landfall going right into St. Petersburg, right into the bay. So the GFS has actually shifted north alongside the icon. So I don't, we'll have to see if this holds. I don't know. I feel like at 0Z, we could see that bump back to the north. Oh yeah, Melissa, you're very welcome. Definitely. Definitely. Check us out on News 6. Follow the Instagram, follow the social medias for News 6, the YouTube channels. My personal is weathercenter_Nazario if you have any questions or comments or anything like that. No, I agree, Golfing Ferdy. Euro model well behind in time from GFS model, like several hours. I think you're right. If we want to do a little bit of compare and contrast, I think the Euro, yeah. The Euro has this thing coming in so late. And you know what? That could possibly be why some of our why some of our models from the Hurricane Center, I don't know what happened there, why some of the models from the Hurricane Center have this coming in more to the south. Maybe they're seeing it slowing down some, because if it does slow down some, it'll allow that high pressure to the north of us and the cold front along the high pressure's edge, the leading edge of that, to nose down to the south a little bit more, preventing this from gaining any more latitude. So maybe that's what the models are thinking. The National Hurricane Center models are thinking that because it's moving at the pace that it is, it will come in later and more to the south. But even the European model has this as a Bradenton storm, so I'm not sure. Houston Brown, storm surge to the south of the eye. I'm happy to pull that up for you. Let's go to the home page here. We'll go to Milton, and we'll take a look at the surge. So we can talk a little bit about that. I'll even zoom in so you guys can see a little bit better over there. There you go. So even with the current track, this graphic updated from the latest advisory, you can see that regardless, the Tampa Bay area could see anywhere between 10 to 15 feet, and I would argue even 5 to 10 feet is dangerous for that area. And then down along the coastline, if this continues to nudge to the south, I would argue that we'll probably see on average 6 to 10 feet, maybe getting up to 12 feet from that area near Bradenton all the way down to Bonita Beach, I would say. Dry air is good for us, not good for the system. So, Sandra, we want the dry air to win out in this case. Natalie, I hear you. I'm like 3 Celsius deep, and I'm getting tired for sure. It's going to be 6 o'clock. We're going to probably wrap up this briefing, and then we'll do one more before I get ready to exit stage right. Or we'll probably fit 2 more in. Excuse me. I'm here until a little after 9, so we'll probably squeeze in 2 more long-winded spiels for this. When is the next NOAA Hurricane Hunter's flight? Does their data also indicate the direction besides the strength only? EO, phenomenal question. So actually, yes, National Hurricane Center will help us get a specific fix on where the storm is, as well as what's actually happening real time in the center and in the thunderstorms around the core of eye-wall thunderstorms. T, welcome in. Thanks for finding the news channel. Excellent to see you in the chat. Definitely. Oh, and Sandra, I saw your comment earlier. Appreciate the honesty. You know, sometimes you just gotta, it's tough, but you gotta shoot straight when talking significant weather events like this. Lisa loves. That's exactly where we are. I'm waiting to hear that too. Let me see what Lisa had said. I need to scroll up the chat. Zone D, Spring Hill, Weekiwachi. That's one heck of a mouthful, Weekiwachi. So Spring Hill is doing okay. If we continue to see this track nudge to the south, notice you're right on the cusp, right on that upper threshold of the cone here. So your impacts will go down any further south this goes. Remember, if you're on that outer border, I did it again. I'm going to stop saying that. If you're on the border of this cone, any shift north or south is going to mean the world to you. If you're inside the cone, I would still hold steady and stay prepared for worst case scenario. So Spring Hill, if you look at the chart here, we're still looking at anywhere between 5 to 10 feet of surge right up along the coastline, and you will likely see 50 to 60 mile an hour winds throughout the duration of this system. Yeah, so as you can see here, 3 to 5 up the coastline. 3 to 5 up the coastline, and I will go ahead and take us back to the links so I can draw for us a little bit. Let me turn the water vapor off real quick, and I will roll the track back. There we go. And take us back over to the links. Wipe on over. So, if I had to give you guys my prediction for storm surge, I would say that the worst of the storm surge impacts are likely going to be in through here. So even if this system jogs to the immediate south of Tampa Bay, you are probably still going to get some pretty decent storm surge from this. Then it's going to taper off a little bit more so further north because you're going to have offshore flow on the north side of the system. Down here, the more it continues to push south, if it does, we're going to have even more water piling up against Port Charlotte, into Cape Coral, into Naples, and so on. Because if the center's here moving inland, you got to make sure you remember that the wind flow around it is going to be like this. And that storm surge dome is going to look something like this. It's going to be a little more on the south side of it because it's following the actual atmospheric winds, or the winds not associated with the storm, not the winds in the storm, but around the storm pushing it east alongside the winds in the storm, the winds inside the storm helping to force more water in. So Bayside of St. Petersburg will still likely see water rising. And if it stays to the south, I would say it'll probably go up maybe 4 to 6, 8 feet maximum. You're not going to see as much as the graphic I showed you before if this stays to your south, for sure. T, thanks for watching. And thank you for the positive prayer power for sure. Oh, print media, you're very welcome. Very welcome. Could it shift north or south? Probably if it had to, Mr. Rex. Yes, it can shift to the north. We're not locked in terms of a specific landfall site. Remember, we still have about 29 hours ahead of us with this system just out in the Gulf of Mexico. Still haven't gotten any additional recon data. Oh, they're doing the X. They're doing the X pattern. Here we go, though. We have the NOAA 2 mission getting ready to dive bomb into the center. So hopefully we'll get some other additional data from there. Let me go ahead and merge us over in a second. There you go. So you can see the plane is right there. Getting ready to take off or getting ready to punch the core, as they say on the old Twister film. Sierra, if it slows down, then wind shear may not be able to play a role on it as much. Because if it slows down, it'll likely continue to move more on a southerly track. It'll bias towards the right. That is a perfect storm right there. Definitely a Category 5 hurricane. That is such an impressive hurricane. It definitely looks like... See, that's one thing that's weird about our in-house computer, because if I switch us back over and I fade us over and I switch the perspective, notice that we're on a globe. See that? We're on a globe. So if I have the satellite pulled up and we try to draw a straight line and extrapolate it forward, it'll be a little bit more difficult because we have to take into account that the overlay that the system is put on is a globe. It's a sphere. So it's not taking the angle of the Earth into equation. But if I fade us back over to this, you can see that we're quickly gaining latitude. This is where the eye was before. Oh, shoot. You can't see my cursor. Let me see if I can change that real quick. I want to include the cursor. I saw that earlier. Let me see. Let's see. Include cursor. I saw that earlier. Bummer. I wish we had Epic Pen on this as well. I don't think we do, so I could draw for you guys. We have the Epic Pen set up, but I do not have the credentials to just automatically download that on the computer right now, so... Anticipated winds for Ocala being well to the north of where we are currently expected to see this system move in. I would say sustained high-end tropical storm winds. Oh, Joanne, you're very welcome. Aladine, I am with News 6, as you can see right behind me. And I don't think this is going more south. I think a lot of folks are getting reactive to the one model run and that one bump in the early iteration of this system's life when it underwent a eye wall replacement cycle again. Goodness, yeah, that system, it has definitely started to make some forward progress. Yeah, see, and we are slowly but surely creating even more of a up to the left angle. So it's starting to hook north. I don't know. I would not count the immediate Bay Area out of the equation for sure. I definitely would not. I definitely would not. But all right, folks, thank you so much for your undivided attention during this segment of the News 6 WKMG continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. Going to go ahead and pump the brakes for at least another 45 minutes to an hour, give or take, before we come back at you with some full-fledged new model data. We can take a look at what all of our hurricane models are thinking as they continue to populate through the 6 o'clock hour. And I'm going to touch base with the rest of the broadcast team, pick their brain as well to see what they're thinking in terms of what this system's doing, and also continue to monitor the reconnaissance aircraft that is floating around Milton right now to see exactly what's going to be happening, if they're going to do a special advisory, if this thing is stronger than what the current 5 o'clock shows us. I do believe it is. I think we're probably looking more at a 175, 180 mile an hour Cat 5. This is a perfect looking system, very healthy. You can see on this microphysics imagery, that's what we're looking at here. A lot of the deep blue shade showing up right in that center of circulation, which means that sinking air created by just the intensification of this system is immense. It's rough in there. Dale, thank you so much. Well done for the info, for sure. Thank you, Nazario. EO, you're very welcome. Randy Dean, you're very welcome. Is that the very first system in the history that is formed in the Gulf and went straight to Florida? No, Cookie Jar, this is not the first one. Not the first one. Michael Lincoln is expected to pick up speed as it feels the tug between the ridge to its southwest or southeast and the trough in the front to its northwest. It's going to get sucked through, kind of like a bottleneck. It'll get sucked through that area, that path of least resistance, and start to slowly but surely pick up a little bit more forward speed. Fort Myers should be prepared for high-end tropical storm to low-end hurricane impacts if this southerly bump holds true. I don't think they need a Category 6. They don't need a Cat 6. They don't need a Cat 6. It's like saying we need an F6 tornado. We don't need that. 1 through 5 is a perfect scale. I don't know if it's been over 100 years, a hurricane forming in the Bay of Campeche and moving this sharply east, yes, a hurricane. But we've had plenty of tropical systems form down there and move off towards the east. We actually had this happen last year. If you guys don't follow my personal channel, weathercenter_Nazario, or any of my social media, we actually had this happen last year in October, ironically. So we're actually seeing the worst case version of what happened last year during our El Nino setup. We had a low pressure form in the Bay of Campeche, and for those of you who lived here in last October, because of El Nino, this thing was sheared apart, not tropical, but we had an overnight tornado outbreak. I'm sure a lot of you remember that. A north and central Florida, particularly north and coastal Florida, tornado outbreak because of that system. I don't know what is SNL material. Not too sure I follow. There is, Jessica. Great question. Great question, because the ground is so saturated. We can definitely see trees, fences, power lines, other pole or tree trunk-like objects coming down because the ground is so saturated and so soft. So any little bit of wind is going to bully these things right over. Erica, you're very welcome. Do you think that this will be worse than Helene? For us in Central Florida, absolutely. Absolutely, without a question. And that is not me trying to hype it up, but it's for sure. Helene was well west. Helene was a Big Bend issue. This is a Central Florida issue. So yes, this is going to be worse than Helene. Oh, James. Well, yeah, I knew what you meant, Saturday Night Live, but I know they usually parody stuff. So that's why I'm like, I'm hoping he's not saying that we could turn this newscast into a parody. I know I like to keep it lighthearted and I'll crack some jokes, but that's to kind of take the edge off. I'm on vacation on the coastline of Florida. Please help me. You'll be just fine, depending on where you are. It still has yet to go over the loop current. We are almost to the loop current right now. We're getting there. Almost to that loop current. Let me see. Let's go to the Western Atlantic. So it might be difficult to see on this chart. I don't like the CDAS, sea surface temp anomaly. It's not as representative. In fact, let me go ahead and merge us back over to this here while I mess around in the background. I'll pull up the actual coral reef SST anomaly, so we can see the loop current a little bit better. There we go. Heck yeah. This is a lot better for you guys to see and for you to understand. And I'll zoom us on in. So the storm is kind of still off to the immediate left of where the warmest water in the loop current is currently. And you can see we're getting ready to cross over it now, and our temperatures are going to go up an extra degree or two. So the fact that we have a Cat 5 hurricane just outside the loop current in about 28, 29 degrees Celsius water, getting ready to go into 30, 31 degree Charlie water, we could see some somewhat spectacular / goofy things happen with this storm before it starts to run into the cooler waters there. Relatively cooler. If I go over to our Coral Reef SST and we take a look at that, you can see that we really don't have, there's the loop current right there. You guys can see it plain as day. The shelf waters off the west coast too are also very warm. So this is going to be a tricky forecast. We have to see what happens. We really have to see what happens here. We really do. Tampa was required to evacuate. If you were in specific zones, especially in Pinellas County and parts of Hillsborough, I believe, were required to evacuate. Poinciana will start feeling things very early Thursday morning. I think it could still dip down below 900 millibars for sure. We're going to keep tabs on that. But all right, everybody, we will go ahead and catch you again soon. It's 6:12. We'll probably be back sometime around the top of the hour to digest all of our 18 Zulu model data, see if they coalesce with what National Hurricane Center has for us. They've bumped the track a little bit to the south. We'll see. So far, the GFS and the German model don't think so. They've actually gone north. So we've got a little bit of a discrepancy here, and I hate to throw National Hurricane Center a curve like this, but they did this with Helene, and we were left holding the bag more or less, answering as to why the track was west, but all the models that we could see had it to the east. So I would honestly say don't put a ton of faith into what we have currently just yet. Look at the whole cone. Don't look at the specific center track just yet. We still have another 24 to 28 hours before this system is about to make landfall. So thank you all for watching. We will see you again within the next 45 to 50 minutes. We're going to see if we get any special advisories from National Hurricane Center, and then we'll digest and interpret all that new model data together coming up very soon. We'll see you again very, very quickly. Can promise you. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the News 6 digital continuing coverage for Hurricane Milton. I'm News 6 meteorologist David Nazario. Welcome back to those of us who are still in the chat. Not too much in the way of new information to relay, but a couple of things that we're going to touch on that have been a little different from the last couple of updates that you may have sat in on. We're going to discuss not only our more recent hurricane model data that has come in showing a general straightforward track into West Florida, right about Pinellas, Hillsborough County. So not a big difference in comparison to where they were 6, 12, 18 hours ago, but we're also going to discuss a bit more of the tornado risk. Going to have that coming up for you all in just 1 second. Welcome back. We'll give everyone a moment to kind of get settled in, grab some snacks, popcorn, drinks, you name it, whatever you'd like. And then we're going to talk all things weather for a little while. Before we even get started, how is everyone doing in the chat? We have a little over 500 people watching right now, just getting restarted again. Go ahead and drop in the chat how you're doing, if your prep's doing okay, and if you're holding up all right in the face of Milton coming along. Maggie G. Hey, David, looking at the satellite, it looks like a lot of the models might still be moving it too fast. It is possible. It is very possible. But it looks like a lot of our hurricane models are still on track for a Wednesday evening landfall. We're going to talk all about that here in a second. Just let me build one particular graphic. There's one thing I really want to pull up that I do believe will be excellent for you all, so we can kind of cover exactly what's going to be going on across the state of Florida. Let me just make sure that this is the correct overlay that I want. Yeah, there we go. All right, we got that down. Let's go ahead and add in one more piece of model data, one more layer to the cake. Let me grab this. Go ahead and pull this up. Future radar. Let me see if we can still see what we need to see. Move this down. There we go. Now we're looking pretty swell. Pretty swell. Let me make sure that I adjust this. Change this. In Haines City, we are not evacuating, no. Not going to be evacuating. How are you doing, though? Will you all be safe? Yes, we will be doing okay. Riding it out at News 6. The rest of the loved ones, friends, family are going to be sheltering in place with relatives and being all together. I want everyone as least separated as possible. I hope there's not that much latency in the stream. I just had it accidentally playing through my phone. I'm like, why do I hear another version of me? Sorry about that, guys. Let's go ahead and let me button this up for us. There we go. Changing that bad boy. Okay, so that is good to go. I have another tool on my tool belt for you all. But first and foremost, let's get over to our lovely hurricane models. Go start with the halves A, and let's rock on over to those guys. We're going to fade on in. There we go. So, yes, EO, that's what I was going to say. I don't know why my phone just started playing the live stream. I turned it off. It was kind of going way back in time. See Michelle Sparks still here, going to relax for tonight and hit it again in the morning. Absolutely, Michelle, you should totally do that. Take it easy. Tonight's going to be a pretty low-key evening ahead of the storm, so if you guys want, definitely tune in for a little bit of this information. Really not a whole lot's going to be changing for the rest of the night, and I know this is a little frowned upon to tell you to more or less chill out, kick back, and kind of tune out all this high-impact, high-intensity weather information, but definitely be focusing on your family, your loved ones, your personal belongings, and your property, getting that fully dialed in. The Hive, it's great to see you in. That is very true. You are a longtime Weather Center Nazario viewer. I hope folks who come from my personal YouTube channel aren't wondering where I am and they're missing this live stream because I'm still here and ready to rock. I just don't know if they've all come over fully. I'm so happy I'm off Thursday. I see flooding happening here. Carlos Arriaga, where are you? More it shifts south, more rain we going to have. Yes, exactly. I convinced my mom to come stay with me, but my brother and stepdad refused to leave their trailer in Lake Wales. So, Jess 23 Brooks, I would highly, highly, highly encourage that you try to do your best to get them out of that area. For sure. Definitely encourage them as much as you possibly can, because if this current track iteration holds true, Lake Wales will likely be receiving the eye of this system, the center of the system, the strongest core of the winds. Great tracking and everything, and keep it going, Weatherman. Keep us safe. Zachary Wood, thank you so much for the $10 donation, bud. We do sincerely appreciate it. It goes right back to the proceeds to the company. So definitely appreciate you and your support. Let's go ahead. 8-Bit Bro, what did you think about it hitting 897 last night? That is very crazy. It is very crazy, and I'm pretty sure that we still have hurricane reconnaissance aircraft in there doing their thing. So I'm curious to see what it will bottom out as tonight. Let's see. It looks like it was down as far low as 903 millibars. Might be going, hold the phone, folks. We're going to transition in a second to satellite imagery. I want us to take a look at the METSAT in a moment, because it does seem like we are probably going to get another eye wall replacement cycle very soon. So let me pull that up for you before we get into our hurricane models. I promise we're going to get to the hurricane models. We really will. We will. But I just want to make sure that we don't miss anything important on the satellite, because an eye wall replacement cycle could mean the world for us Floridians. If it falls apart during an eye wall replacement cycle, or if it's weak enough during the eye wall replacement cycle where the core of the storm, the infrastructure, will collapse, that's good for us, because then that dry air that's been following in hot pursuit of this system can try to work its way into it. And we want that to happen. This way we get a totally weaker iteration of Milton. So let's go ahead and pull up the satellite. I'm working to do that right now. Stand by. Let's go here. Winter Haven, Pamela, thank you so much for tuning in, fellow neighbor of mine, joining in the chat. Winter Haven is definitely going to be receiving a pretty big brunt of the impact, so definitely be prepared to brace for hurricane conditions. I would highly, highly, highly recommend that, because we will likely, especially if this southern trend holds, areas in Polk County, the southern half of Polk County, central and southern half of Osceola County are going to realize the hurricane force conditions. Let me get rid of the, we'll be right back. We are so back. Here we go. There's the tropical IR satellite. DeSantis hasn't released food stamps as done before every other major hurricane, which is cruel to seniors and poor people, as they won't be able to get supplies. Deborah, I can't really answer that, to tell you the truth. I can't really answer that. I don't have any affiliation with what the state government is doing. All right, let's see here. I think I'm going to take us over to a loop on here and see what that eye wall is doing. Let's go to sub-regional, go here. Let's go to the clean IR, and let's see if we can spot that eye wall replacement cycle getting ready to happen. Now, I don't know. I mean, doesn't look like it's going to quite do it just yet. Still definitely gaining some latitude. It is definitely on its way towards Florida at this point. There is no question about it. You can definitely see that thing rocking towards the east-northeast, moving probably at about a 60-degree angle. 60 degrees. If you were to just keep it on its current course, this would definitely make landfall in southwest Florida, but we are anticipating there's going to be a bit of a bump from the east-northeast to the northeast. Now, just when that occurs is still up in the air, and then when it gets bumped back to the right, thanks to that frontal boundary to the north, we're also trying to dial that in as we speak. So now, let's see. So Mark Hammonds, evacuating from Tampa to Winter Haven was not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. You're definitely, at the end of the day, we're still going to be all receiving impacts in Central Florida, but you're far away from any of the heavy rain, heavy flood, and storm surge impacts from Tampa. So, yeah. Kissimmee is not necessarily safe. Gabriel, thanks for tuning in once again, bud, over on the News 6 chat. It has been a long day, and we are not done yet. We're probably going to squeeze in one last update after this one before getting out of here. Depends on when we wrap up this update. So, folks, you can see on the satellite image here, we have another area of thunderstorm activity, very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. It's very impressive that you can see that there is a little bit of a front almost to the north of where Milton is. This was exactly what we saw on satellite imagery yesterday, around the same time as this system was initially going rapid intensification into a Category 5. So it just continues to hold on to the same environmental dynamics, the same characteristics. This is a very healthy system. You can see even in the spiral banding on the infrared satellite, we'll take you in for a closer look, the banding that's flowing around the system. Look at that. It literally looks like a spin top, almost like a three-dimensional spinning top or a Beyblade, for those of you who know what I'm talking about. Naples, Golden Gate, Ava Maria area. Naples is off to the south of it, so you are going to likely realize hurricane conditions as this moves in, especially once again if this southerly track holds. We should be getting our 0Z data in before the end of the night. I may pop live to discuss that. We will have to wait and see. We'll give it a little while, but without further ado, let's get into the hurricane model so we can get into the actual information here. This is our 18Z HAFS-A, the Hurricane Analysis Forecast System, acronym HAFS, H-A-F-S. We have an A and a B component. We're going to be looking at the A model first. You can see it has captured this rapid intensification very well, albeit still initializing a little weaker than what the system is actually doing. We went all the way down to 903 millibars per the latest reconnaissance aircraft data, and we are still sitting on the model at 931, deepens down to 916 before rebounding back up to Cat 4 intensity and making landfall right into Bradenton. So this part holds true, sort of, with the National Hurricane Center track. It's a little to the north of where Hurricane Center has it, which so far the general trend has been, all the models that we can see have been to the north of what the NHC is predicting. The only model that kind of has it a little further south than this is the Euro. So I can't tell you whether or not that's what they're utilizing to base their forecast off of, or if they're splitting the difference with all their in-house computer models that we see in those spaghetti lines, the pretty spaghetti. But you can see here that the HAFS-A does in fact go towards the north and pulls it up into northern and central Polk and Osceola County, getting into central Brevard and crossing out into the ocean a little bit further towards the north than what National Hurricane Center has. This is still on track for the same landfall time, though. If you look, this is 11 p.m. on Wednesday. This has been the song and dance each model run. If you look at 12Z, 11 p.m. right off the coast, 6Z, 11 p.m. right off the coast, 0Z, 11 p.m. inland. So we have only seen a small time step back in terms of when this thing is supposed to come inland, and then it continues to move off generally towards the east-northeast through the heart of Central Florida, which means that you will likely see hurricane force conditions as it moves across, transitioning from a Cat 2 into a Cat 1 before exiting the Brevard County east coast. Let's rewind the clock, and we'll go over to the counterpart to the HAFS-A, the HAFS-B. So the HAFS-B has been verifying a little bit better than what the HAFS-A has been, although I will tell you right out of the gate, just looking at this is a bit of a poor model run, definitely a poor model run for sure. Because if you look, we're at 937 real time, and then it bumps up to 942, way too weak. This is about almost a 40 millibar difference according to the HAFS-A. So right from the jump start, we can't put too much stock into this because the initial conditions that it's running from are already different from what's happening in real life. And that plays a big role in the end-of-the-road model solution that you get. But regardless, we see a little bit of that intensification before crashing ashore right on top of Bradenton into the mouth of Tampa Bay. So again, general consensus, the average with our hurricane models is still Tampa Bay. And even if this nudges to the south, if we get that little bump south like National Hurricane Center, I need you all to really realize that that is not going to do very much for our impacts. Yes, the surge may be a little less, but we have to remember that hurricanes are not just storm surge. Hurricanes are not just water. There's a lot of other impacts that come along with a hurricane. So even if you see a bump in south, that doesn't mean Tampa missed another one or escaped another one. We need to still take this very serious. If this had bumped as far south as Collier County out towards like Marco Island, Sanibel Island, then maybe we can start to sing a song and dance for Tampa Bay, but this is still way too close for comfort, and everyone on the south side of this system is still going to receive a brunt of very heavy rainfall, more heavy surge, onshore winds coming right off the Gulf of Mexico coastline into our coastal counties, feeding that storm surge as well. You can see the HAFS-B pretty much follows in line with the A. It does show what the Hurricane Center is showing, however, with a bit of that right turn. It is going to bump into that frontal boundary that's up over top the northern portion of Florida, and that's what's going to help it to ricochet back in an easterly direction. Again, what that means for you in Polk, Osceola, Hillsborough, we will be under hurricane conditions, period. In fact, this southerly trend that everyone was getting explosive and excited about on social media means that Hillsborough, just to the south of Hillsborough County, Osceola, and especially Polk County, Pamela, if you're still watching, and my folks out there in Polk on News 6 stream and on the Just Weather channel, this would put Polk and Osceola in some of the worst conditions for this system because we will get that core convection to the north as highlighted by the model, the more strong thunderstorm activity on the north side, and we will be in the eye wall core of winds. And then it exits just to the immediate south of Melbourne, right around the Cocoa Beach area, more or less. Let's rewind the clock one more time, and let's take a look at the next up, H-Wharf. Now, the H-Wharf is doing fantastic. If you look at the data here, this model is doing the best in terms of initialization. So in terms of what the real-time activity or the real-time data that we have on satellite from the recon, when we compare that to what the model has started with at 18Z, this model is nearly spot on. We're a little high, 910 millibars, but in comparison to, say, the HAFS-B, where it was 40 millibars off, we're only 6 or so, 7 millibars off per the H-Wharf. So the H-Wharf is still doing one of the better jobs. It does show a period of intensification, holding Category 5 status for a while before finally edging back into Category 4 status, getting into potentially Category 3 status, and bumping or going headfirst into clear water. So notice that the H-Wharf has trended a little bit further to the south, but the H-Wharf is also initializing better than some of our other models at the start of the model run, so we're going to have a bit more of a confident solution as the model runs forward. So again, the H-Wharf keeps Tampa Bay, Pinellas, and Hillsborough County right in the worst of the event. So again, we don't want to rule this one out just based on one model run. As you can see, this would also be a worst-case scenario for Central Florida. This puts us here in the studio, as well as much of the greater Sumter, Orange County, Seminole County, and northern Brevard, Volusia County in the worst of the storm, and it actually helps us out in Osceola and Polk. We'll still get a lot of the wind, but again, look at the north side of this system. That is where those strong thunderstorms are ripping, to quote Dr. Reed Timmer out there. They are ferociously wrapping around the front edge of this system, and the more this trudges south, the more Tampa, the more Polk, Osceola, the Four Corners counties, the Orlando metro area, the attractions, all of our touristy locations are going to receive not only the heavy rainfall, but the wind alongside that. So there really is no win to come of this. It's a give and take where you may see some positive points. You're only going to get so much. And to answer the question, I see DeLand popping up a bunch of times in the chat. There's the map. There it is, pretty much just over top DeLand. So hurricane conditions for sure, according to the H-Wharf, which has been doing the best so far for this 18Z model run. And then last, but certainly not least, we've got the HMON. The HMON immaculate initialization. right on the money. 901 millibars perfectly encapsulates where we are with the hurricane, anticipates a little bit more deepening. Now, this might be a bit of a stretch, especially if we go on an eye wall replacement cycle. It'll likely fill just a little bit, maybe 10, 20, 30 millibars. It's not going to completely destroy the storm unless when that eye wall ring fades away and tries to back build a new one, we get a little bit of an introduction to that dry air. That will help to weaken the system's structural integrity, kind of degrade it, make it fall apart. That'll be good news for us here in Central and South Florida. Per the HMON, however, we're going to be having Cat 5 Milton out there for quite a bit of time before, again, going right into the Bay Area of Tampa as a Cat 3 borderline Cat 4 with a Cat 2 borderline Cat 3 into Central Florida. So we are not out of the woods. We are definitely not out of the woods. This is precisely what we saw with Helene. The cone forecast from Hurricane Center was west of where all of our model data was clearly indicating that system would come ashore. So we're still too far out to go saying, Tampa Bay, you're good. You evacuated for no reason. Please do not tell anybody that, please, because even if this does false alarm, it is never a fun time. It is never easy to pack up and leave your home. Never. So please, if you're out there, especially if you're watching from someone at the, in the comfort of your home up in Texas or in Oklahoma or wherever, or up in the north, the Northeast, please don't troll any of our viewers and tell them, looks like it was all hype, because either way, hurricane or not, it is still a very stressful situation having to leave what you've built and what you've worked on and where you've grown your roots behind with the fear of not being able to come back to it. So please, let's just take it step by step. Let's take it 1 hour at a time. We're at that point now where we got to just take it 1 hour at a time and see what happens when we get up tomorrow. We're going to get more model data. We got about 2-3 more runs before this system hits zero barrier. For those of you who didn't get to tune in earlier, zero barrier means that's the point of no return. Zero means zilch, nada, zippo, barrier. No barrier to the impacts that this storm is going to have. If you guys have seen Armageddon, Bruce Willis, Ben Affleck back in the day, that's where I've taken that coined that term from, zero barrier with these significant weather events. So once we get to zero barrier about middle of the day tomorrow and we start to feel the initial bands and the supercell activity from Milton, gosh, Beryl's still at the forefront of my mind, from Milton, that is when we want to be sheltered in place inside, safe and sound, ready to ride this puppy out all together. No, Zachary Wood, you're absolutely right. And we're going to talk tornado threat here in a second. But as you can see, we are not done with this yet. The only model that really takes it to the south is the Euro. And I actually agree with its AI counterpart just a little bit more than what the operational Euro is showing. So if you see here, according to the 12Z AI European model, it does have it coming in around Bradenton, just to the immediate south of Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg. But then it quickly moves up into the Four Corners area, right across that Four Corners intersection between Sumter, Orange, Polk, and Osceola County, and then continues up into northern Brevard County before exiting off our coastline. This has probably got to be alongside the H-Wharf and the HMON. This has to be my most expected outcome. If the David model was the thing, this is probably what I would be showing based on the pattern. That's just my opinion, though. We'll have to see. Can it still go as far south as Sarasota? Absolutely. Can it still go as far north as Clearwater, maybe Spring Hill? I think so, even with these jogs to the east, ever so slightly, these little wobbles, the shimmies that this system has done. But now what we'll do is we'll go back over to the show using our internal in-house weather computer, and I want us to talk supercells, tornadoes. If you feel it, chase it. Anyone out there see the new Twisters movie? So what we were looking at here are going to be a combination of our future radar and the actual updraft helicity, or how much these individual thunderstorms could be spinning in their updrafts. And I'll go ahead and kind of merge myself back over again so I can go with my fancy hand gestures. When we say helicity and spin in the updraft, as we know, updrafts, they go up and down. The bottom of my hand here, my palm, would be near ground level, or the base of the clouds. Then the top here would be getting up towards the highest point where we actually have weather going on in the atmosphere, or what's called the tropopause, the top of where weather actually happens on Earth. So as that air rises in the updraft, helicity, or the spin, is how much that air will be rotating or spinning as it goes up. And as it spins, it increases in velocity and it stretches out. And that's what produces the little funnels down at the ground that we can see and unfortunately we want to hide from. That's what creates your tornado. So as you can see here, when we go through time, we have some preliminary showers and storms for tomorrow. But then as Milton finally begins to show itself, look already on that chart there. You see the colors right down in through here. I can draw. We actually have the Telestrator tool here. See where we at? There we go. You see these colors down in through here right there. That is going to be where we could possibly have some waterspout activity already rocking down off our southwest coast. So if you are in Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, Naples area, you might have an opportunity to actually have a photogenic moment with a long-distance waterspout before all the rest of the feeder bands come in. I definitely wouldn't hang out any longer than that because you can see as more of those discrete cells come on in and we get later into the afternoon point in time, this is going to be around 12 to 2 p.m. based on what we were seeing. And right here, I'll grab the Telestrator once again, Naples, Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda area, you're going to have some discrete cells working their way in on that northeast quadrant of the storm as we go through the middle afternoon hours of tomorrow. So you definitely want to watch that very closely. Have a radar, have a way to get warnings just in case. We'll probably see some special marine advisories or warnings going out because of these waterspout producing thunderstorms that are going to be working up towards our viewing area and will eventually make landfall and try to produce some actual inland tornadoes. You can see right here, our supercell parameters actually go way up. Now, obviously, this is just one model run, so we don't know if that's precisely where the storm is going to go. It's just giving us a general ballpark of where we could see some tornadoes, and you see right on in through here, just to the northwest of Lake Okeechobee, this is where we have a pretty solid chance at getting some tornadic activity. And why I think that is obviously Milton is moving off in this direction. Let me go ahead and get my Telestrator again. Milton is moving off in this direction. So if we draw a right triangle like so, this is where your greatest tornadic activity is likely to occur, right on in through there. And if you notice, on the right side of the system, we have a large gap in our thunderstorm and overall rain field, rain swath, rain umbrella, whatever you want to look at it as. It's kind of more isolated than if you look near Milton Center, we have that huge shield of rain. So what I think is also happening is that dry air that might save us from Milton is also intruding and penetrating these individual supercells from out of the south. And supercells, if you didn't catch the earlier update, tornado producing storms love dry air. Not a lot of it, obviously. We don't want too much in any weather situation because that's just going to kill everything, but in this case, we're going to have just enough to where these thunderstorms may try to go supercellular on their own with the influence of Milton and actually drop some pretty significant tornadoes. So we're going to have to watch what Storm Prediction Center has for us as we go for tomorrow, see if they elevate our tornado risk. I'll zoom on in down just a little bit closer and look at this. We have some pretty enhanced values here. If I were SPC, I would definitely go for a maybe 5% or 10% enhanced risk for tornadoes, especially on the eastern side of the state. Again, give and take with these systems. If you're on the East Coast and you didn't have to evacuate, we still have another threat we want to pay attention to. These could be some pretty spectacular supercells into Polk County. And when I say spectacular, folks, please don't wordplay me. I'm not saying this is going to be a great time. I'm saying as in these are some pretty impressive signatures. We're not looking at like rope funnel clouds or anything. These could be actual touchdowns that are a little longer duration than what we typically see because of that dry air and the front to the north acting on this system as a whole. This is an impressive signature. These are all impressive signatures. So we'll have to really closely examine if we have the parameters coming together for maybe a low-end outbreak, very similar to what we saw with Helene. I know in Helene, we had some pretty decent tornado warnings going on down in this corner of Florida, and I saw a number of them while I was up in Virginia going up the East Coast as well. So we will have to see. We're going to have to see. We still have some time. This is a model that will update again and again and again very frequently because it's a higher resolution model. And in fact, what we'll do is before we get ready to kind of call the stream and go county by county, talk threats before we wrap up for another break, I want to take a look at what one of our higher res models are doing for the state of Florida and see what they're thinking in terms of tornado parameters. Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's, wow. All right. Let's go back in time a little bit so we can get a full loop and see if it looks similar. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and swoop on over. This here is going to be our high resolution rapid refresh model, the HRRR for my military members out there, my veterans who we all live and die by acronyms. These are going to be the same type of parameters that we looked at on the in-house model there in our link system. And as you can see, our tornado risk is going to start going up earlier on in the day, according to the HRRR. This could be as we get closer to noon. It's right about on time with what we were looking at for the in-house model between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And as Milton comes closer and closer with time, notice that the supercell and the tornado potential really ramps up for central and particularly East Florida before the system is even inland. These are some decent values. These are values you would typically see with your traditional storm system out in the Great Plains that would spark strong tornadoes or a moderate or greater tornado outbreak. And this is on that right side of the system, so you're going to maximize the ability to create tornadoes on that side with that dry air mixing in from the south to give them a little supplementation or kind of bolster their strength a little bit. So this is something we're going to have to be tracking as we go through the day tomorrow. Take a look at what the radar looks like, especially off the coast using the Key West radar, seeing what kind of cells we have sneaking up from our south and southwest. I also want to point out that the HRRR, from the way it looks, also does have this coming in for a landfall a little bit further towards the north. Let's go back to, oh, that's the new model run. Let's go back. Can't see it all the way out there. Let's go to the 18Z. Yeah, so it does have it coming ashore in Bradenton and going right over top Osceola and Polk County. So still a little bit further to the north than what National Hurricane Center has. And you can see that there is that band, that corridor, very strong winds on the back side of the system out of the north. And then we have that large wind field on the south side following the movement of the system off towards the east. Oh, yeah, unknown. We're definitely going to be okay down in Lake Okeechobee. This is going to be a very south-loaded wind maker, but towards the north is where a lot of our heaviest rainfall is going to be. Let's see here. I should be able to pull up a future radar with this. Here we go. Switches back to 18Z so we can see further in time. So if you look, Lake Okeechobee is not going to see as much rainfall as northern Florida. If you look at northern Florida, whopping amounts of rainfall according to the HRRR, and this has been corroborated and in full agreement with some of our other models like the Euro, the GFS. A lot of the precip is going to be on the north side. Evelyn, Tallahassee's going to be just fine. You guys are just fine with this system. This is a central and south Florida issue with a lot of precip going on for the northern half of the peninsula, but Tallahassee, you guys are A-OK without risk of pretty much anything going on up there. You will likely feel that there's a tropical cyclone in the vicinity, but not a whole lot's going to be happening up in Tallahassee. Gainesville, we could be anywhere between 40, 50 miles an hour to that far to the north if these southerly trends continue on. Orlando is likely going to see either intermittent hurricane conditions if this stays nudged to the south, or greater Category 1 likely impacts if this does come back to the north like our hurricane models are showing. Christine Estrada, if you are in Bradenton, did they not have you evacuating or mention even voluntary evacuations down in Bradenton? Because regardless, even if this system was to the north, you'd be receiving a lot of impacts from Milton on final approach. Venice Inglewood would be okay, honestly. Again, look at that future radar right there. So there's going to be a lot of us who don't receive very much rain from this at all. Maybe 1 to 2 inches, which obviously I know because of all the rainfall we have gotten will likely produce just a little bit in the way of flooding, but nothing nearly as significant as to the north. We should be able to pull up Precip totals, yeah. The precip swath right here shows you down towards the southern half, the bottom 1/3, as I like to say, from Lake Okeechobee and further south, anywhere between 1/4 of an inch to 2 inches of rain. But then if you look in a total of 12 hours, just a 12-hour window from Osceola, Polk County, all the way up towards what looks to be Flagler County, Seminole County, Sumter County, Marion County, Lake County. Forget the West Coast counties there just to the southwest of Marion County, but all of us, anywhere between 4 to 8 inches of rainfall in just a 12-hour window. To put that into perspective, in the Air Force, one of our severe weather warnings was 2 inches of rain in 12 hours. So we are already really meeting that criteria here. We would have the warning out for this for certain, so we are definitely likely to see flood conditions on the north side of this system, period. Melbourne likely going to receive hurricane conditions. This is expected to track right up into Brevard County, especially with the latest model data cutting the southern half of Brevard County in half in relation to where the center of circulation is expected to move. This system will likely be over Florida, Gio, to answer your question, in about 6 to 8 hours max, depending on its forward speed. It'll likely be an 8-hour window to get it fully from coast to coast. Brandon, Florida area is going to be rough. Brandon, Florida is going to be right along the upper edge of this system. Miami is doing just fine. I don't know why all the exclamation points, Joseph Chavez. Miami, you're sitting comfortably. You're going to have to watch for that tornado risk, but we're definitely not going to be looking at as immense of impacts as we are going to see in our viewing area up here in Central Florida. I'm not too sure why I have so many people asking about Miami. I don't know if anyone has given you guys information or, anything in terms of if Miami's under the threat of something, but very interesting. There's a lot of Miami viewers in here, and truthfully, Miami's going to be okay. The biggest issue with Miami is going to be watching for those potential isolated tornadoes. That is going to be the biggest issue. But again, if you look at the rainfall chart here, even as the system progresses through, right along the coast there, max in 12 hours, maybe an inch or two of rain. So the potential for some low-end flooding is there, but nothing, again, nearly as immense as up north. Notice we are still looking at very heavy rainfall rates in a thin band across the northern half of the peninsula in a 12-hour window. Largo and Clearwater area, definitely prepare for some hellacious impacts for sure. This is going to be right to the south of you, if not maybe just a bit further to the south, one more county down. So you'll have maybe a county or two in between from the center of the storm. You're still going to receive some pretty good impacts. Haines City is my neck of the woods, Nicholas. We're probably going to see some pretty intense activity in Haines City, for sure. Surge will likely be between 5 to 8 feet with that onshore southwesterly wind flow. That'll be definitely rough, for sure. Near, I just lost the comment. It got scrolled up. Port Charlotte. Geo, honestly, yeah. Could have been a good excuse to go visit Miami. All right, so let's get into the county by county. I think I accidentally forgot to upload counties earlier. I do apologize. The threats are all still pretty much the same. Starting off with Brevard County, and in fact, I'm pretty sure I can just play my thing forward here and rock through with you guys. So, Brevard, what to expect. This is subject to change if that system does hold that southerly track. So you can see here 45 to 60 mile an hour sustained, 60 to 85 or 65 to 85 mile an hour gusts with a surge potential of 3 to 6 feet because of the backside of the system, as well as the tornado threat, 3 to 6 inches of rainfall. So take a good long look at this before I transition the slide. I am so sorry. Bam, let me merge it on over. I'll give you an extra second to take that in. This is for Brevard County, the entirety of Brevard County. If you live in Brevard, these are your forecasted threats where we stand right now, okay? Once again, I repeat, wind sustained 45 to 60 miles an hour, gusting upwards of 65 to 85 miles an hour, and then finally a potential for 3 to 6 feet of storm surge because of the backside winds that are expected to turn back towards the shoreline and push inland. Nope, I did not want to play that from the beginning. So let's go on to Flagler County. Need to add more pause points. Okay, so for Flagler County, if you are a viewer in Flagler County, we're looking at 40 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds, gusting upwards of 65 to 85. This will change if it stays on this more southerly biased course. You can probably shave off a few of those values. Sustained 30 to 40, gusting upwards of 45 to 65, and then the surge will still likely be an issue because you're going to be on the north side of the system with the flow coming against the coast. East side of the peninsula, once Milton's offshore, that wraparound easterly flow towards the coast is what's going to ramp up the surge threat. All right, so there is Flagler County. Let's go on to Lake County. Lake County, here we go. This is for the more southerly or more northerly component to the track. So sustained winds could be anywhere between 50 to 70 miles an hour based on this new current trajectory, with gusts anywhere between 75 to 90 miles an hour. I've bumped the numbers down here on the spot just in case because we have noticed a bit of a southern trend in the track. We'll see if that holds. If not, these stronger values here will likely be the case. However, look at that rainfall total, 4 to 8 inches. That's going to be big. We're on the north side of this system, and as I showed you in that HRRR in our in-house Barron model, we're looking between 4 to 8, maybe even 10 to 12 inches in some isolated spots on the northern half of the system across Florida. Wherever you are on the north side of this system, expect very heavy rainfall, regardless of where you are. We're going to move over to Marion County. Marion County coming right up next. So, Marion County, sustained winds of 40 to 55 miles an hour, gusting upwards of 60 to barely approaching that hurricane threshold of 75 miles an hour. Again, north side of the system, so 4 to 8 inches of rainfall possible with that isolated tornado threat. Definitely going to have to keep a close eye on that. The tornado risk, I do believe, is going to be fairly elevated for all of us across the board, especially the further east you go, as those little tendrils or those dreadlock-looking things on the radar I showed you earlier begin to wrap up those feeder bands that come up out of the south and move across the peninsula. This is subject to change. If we take that more southerly route, we can probably push these numbers down a little bit. If it does favor a more southern track, 30 to 45 mile an hour winds sustained, gusting anywhere between 45 to 65 miles an hour, as opposed to the values you see here, but those rain chances are not going to change. The rain chances are just about locked in if you are on the north side of the system. Orange County coming up next. Orange County, our Orlando metro area. This is if we stay on the north side of the track bias, 60 to 80 sustained, 90 to 100 plus mile an hour gusts. If this thing does cross over OIA like we saw in some of our hurricane models a little while ago, this could be very intense for some of us in Orange County and particularly Osceola and Polk County. So be prepared for that. We're definitely getting a lot rides on where this track goes. If it does favor the south, we can probably nudge these values down to about maybe 40 to 60 mile an hour sustained, gusting up to hurricane force, not Category 2 level conditions. The rain threat will go up if it does favor a south track. Moving on down to Osceola County, my old stomping grounds in the Kissimmee area. As you can see here, this is where we kind of get into the negative part of this forecast. So if it stays to the south, Osceola County can be expecting anywhere from 60 to 75 mile an hour sustained winds, gusting above that to maybe just below Category 2 threshold, and the rainfall will likely go up for our viewers near Celebration, the Disney area, Kissimmee and St. Cloud. Point Siena, it's going to be very close depending on how north or how south the center jogs. Point Siena, and then a few of our locations in Polk County, which we'll get to in just a moment. A lot is going to be dictated by the specific track that core, that eye, that center takes once it makes landfall along the west coast. So these numbers can only go up from here. So a lot rides on what the forecast looks like as we approach zero barrier tomorrow. And with that being said, let's kick the ball over to Polk County, our neighbors there. You can see here that the values are, once again, likely going to go up. If that takes a more southern track near Bartow, Lake Wales, like we saw, then Bartow, Lake Wales, Winter Haven, and potential areas on the southern half of the city limits of Lakeland, especially Fort Meade and Frostproof, will likely see gusts much higher than that, sustained winds going more towards 70 to 80 miles an hour, with gusts approaching Category 2 criteria. Because remember, this is if the system was to the north and weakening a little bit faster. So the impacts are going to be very heavily dictated by how this system comes in, and you can translate these impacts if you are a Floridian in Pinellas and Hillsborough County or in the immediate Bradenton, Tampa area, Sarasota, right along that coastline between Venice Beach and up to Bradenton. These impacts are going to trickle back and forth depending on what that center decides to do at the last second before crashing inland. Now, I know we're kind of going a little lopsided here. I had to add these charts in just for the sake of our viewers, but here comes Seminole County, well to the north of the system. Again, these amounts are going to be if the track stays north. If it comes south, we can shave off some values. So where we stand currently, 55 to 75 sustained, 90 to 100 mile an hour gusting in the strongest part of the storm there, 3 to 6 inches of rainfall with that tornado threat. If it does take a more southerly track, rainfall totals looking more like 4 to 7, maybe 5 to 8 inches of rainfall with that tornado risk, but the winds will taper down some, looking at maybe 45 to 50, 55 mile an hour sustained. Gusting, I would anticipate between 65 to 80 miles an hour if this system does favor that more southerly track. And then finally, I do believe, and oh, not yet, we're almost there. Almost there. Let's see. So we went over, did we go over Sumter County? Nope, not just yet. Let's go over Sumter, and then we have one more after this. Sumter County. 60 to 80 plus mile an hour winds, 80 to 100 plus mile an hour gusts. Now, again, this is the north iteration of our track. We're going to be going behind the scenes after the conclusion of this live stream and updating this based on what 18Z looks like and what 0Z looks like, which should be coming out here momentarily before we clock out here in a little while. I'll go ahead and check with our spaghetti plots and our intensity guidance to see if we do have the 0Z information in. So this is subject to change. Just like we've done everywhere else, we can shave off the values. If it trends further south, rainfall not going anywhere, but our winds will likely dissipate to 40, 60-ish, sustained with gusts, shave off 20, 25 miles an hour, 55 to 75 miles an hour gusts, occasional gusts. The dynamics of this storm will be changing depending on how north or south it is and how fast or how slow it moves. And then finally, last but not least, Volusia County, the Daytona Beach area. I have relatives up there in DeLand and Deltona, so they'll hopefully get this information as well. If it takes the northerly county here, or the northerly track here, we're going to have 60 to 80 mile an hour sustained winds gusting upwards of 90 to 100 if it takes that northern route, and our rainfall not going anywhere. And notice the surge. As that system goes off the coast, those winds on the backside are going to ramp back up, pushing right on into the coastline, and that's what's going to help to drag the potential coastal surge issue up, because that water is going to be piled up under the center. It's going to lift once it makes an exit offshore, and then the winds are just going to try to push it back in your direction. I'll very quickly switch over to the HRRR once again to show you that wind component. Let me segue on over. We're just going to cut over very fast. See that on the north side of the system? Those dark shades of gray, brown, red, etc. up near Volusia, Flagler County, even further up towards the north into St. Augustine, getting to the south of Jacksonville, the mouth of the St. Johns River. Those are some pretty hefty winds. They're gusting upwards of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And that's if this system takes the southerly iteration. Look at that in Hillsborough and Polk County. On the immediate backside of the system, we could have anywhere between 65 to 80 mile an hour gusts, even if this system tracks a little bit further to the south. Again, that's why if you notice when we're going through Osceola and Polk, and we can bleed this over to Pinellas and Hillsborough counties, we will see stronger winds if it decides to eject off to the right faster than some of our earlier model iterations were showing. We'll go back to the Volusia County image here on Lynx 4. So if it takes a more southerly route, we can shave the values, maybe 40 to 80, no, not 40 to 80, 40 to 60 miles an hour, more like 40 to 50 sustained, with gusts intermittently between 55 and maybe 70 max, depending on if there's any wiggling and wobbling in the track. Surge is likely to stay the same, and the rainfall will likely stay the same. So, with that being said, I'm going to take one more break, maybe for the rest of the evening, since we're getting close to the end of the first 12 hours covering Milton. Let me go ahead and go back to our latest information, see if we've got our 0Z data in. Not just yet. Almost there. Let me take a look at the satellite. Yeah, it does not really look like we're going into an eye wall replacement cycle just yet, but we are definitely curving. Milton is definitely curving. I'll show you the infrared satellite shot, and you can see we are definitely gaining latitude and gaining latitude quickly. We are well to the north now of the 23-degree latitude line, so we are curving towards the north and east for sure. Wind gusts can happen, they can happen every 2 to 5 minutes. They can sometimes happen every 30 to 60 seconds. So it really depends on what type of a scenario you have unfolding. With a hurricane, your gusts are probably going to be a lot more fast-paced, whereas with a thunderstorm, if you have like outflow coming through, it can be more wavy, more intermittent, 1 to 3 minutes between. Mark, good to see you as well. Naz, good seeing you. Go Navy. I completely agree. Go Navy, go Air Force, go all the branches of the service out there rocking with this, especially as the National Guard potentially gets activated for parts of us area in Florida where we are more heavily impacted. I don't understand why Miami would have a voluntary evacuation. You're not on any significant portion of the storm at all. You don't want to evacuate from tornadoes either, because tornadoes are isolated and scattered. You don't want to try to get out of the way of tornadoes because you just don't know where they're going to pop up. So I don't really understand why they have voluntary evacuations for Miami. That seems a little far-fetched. Where are you getting that information from? Going to take a look at the map on... Let's see. I got to full screen this. Can't see it all the way. Does look like Miami has a blue signature down there. That is so weird. That is definitely more of, I wouldn't say I'm not even going to describe it as anything. That just seems weird. We have no model data to suggest that the Miami southeast corner of Florida is really going to receive a tremendous amount from this system. So where we stand right now, obviously, that could drastically change when we get up tomorrow morning and before we rock into the studio. But right now, we are 90% confident that Miami's not going to have much of anything. They're not even really going to have storm surge because the entire time spent with Milton is going to be offshore flow. So, I don't know. That's very interesting. We can check National Hurricane Center's page. Yeah, nothing. No surge. Nothing at all down there near Miami. So, I don't know. That's very weird that they would have anything in terms of evacuations down there. I would say, honestly, from Palm Beach to the north, I would agree that more voluntary evacuations would make a little more sense. And then voluntary to mandatory evacuations up our west coast, all the way to the Big Bend, down to the Keys. I don't know why Miami. A lot of folks have been asking about Miami, too. I would really love to know where it is that people are either sending information, or if you're just asking out of curiosity. We have a lot of folks tuning in from Miami just, because... I is approximately 10 to 15 nautical miles wide. No, Gio. Curving is pretty much doing exactly what it's expected to do, what it's supposed to do. Curving and gaining that latitude as opposed to just carrying eastward like everybody was panicking. This is exactly what honestly happened the other day. As a matter of fact, the days are blurring together, but 2 days ago, if not yesterday, everybody was freaking out because it did that jog to the south, and everyone was saying, oh, shoot, Yucatan landfall, and we all know how that ended. So I would say let's keep waiting and seeing. Let's just ride it out. We have one more night. We all have one more night together to go home. I'm going to go home immediately after this, rest, relax, refeed, refuel, get a nice workout in the morning, dial in prep for the house, and then I'll be here rocking with you all here on the News 6 and Just Weather YouTube channels and all the other digital platforms. Good call, having the Tesla fully recharged and ready to go. So, Claremont, Four Corners, not worried, but prepared for potential hurricane conditions for sure. This system could come right over top the Four Corners counties, and there's still a number of models that suggest it could do so. So we'll have to wait and see. So with that being said, folks, let's go ahead and wrap up. We're going to kill the stream for just a little while longer, and we're going to give it some time for the 18Z guidance to come out, and we might pop in for just a brief second. We're talking like 5 minutes at most to review if we're windshield wiping and the models suddenly go back to the north, or if they stay where they are. That should be coming out here, I would imagine, in the next 20, 30 minutes. So in the meantime, we will see you again very soon. Take a breath. Don't worry. Don't stress. That system is still way off our coastline. We still have a full, calm night ahead of us to make sure that we are mentally prepared and spiritually prepared. We shouldn't be doing any physical prep right now. The sun's down. It's going into the evening time, so we can, honestly, I'd highly encourage, I hope that you got your stuff done during the daytime, and now we can just kind of ride off into the nighttime. I would say the sunset, but the sun has already set. So thank you all very much for tuning in. We will go ahead and get back to your questions first thing tomorrow. I'll be back in the building by noon, and then we'll be cranking through the night. So we are going to be wall to wall here in the studio, bouncing back and forth from television and the digital platform. So find us one way or another, but we will be here for you guys, and we'll talk to you again very soon. Have a wonderful night.